Share, get them likes up, get them likes up. Get them likes up, get them likes up.
Let's just have a conversation.
Family. Hey yo, welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk and introduce the crew. We got Rilla, we got Anton, we got Kayla, we got Island Girl Q, we got Kay, and me myself. I'm Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. What's going on, family?
What's
Happy
happening,
Thanksgiving, y'all.
Oh,
What's going on, y'all? Y'all look absolutely phenomenal. Rilla, I like the sweater. Q, you look dope as usual. K, I love the ears. You look absolutely stunning. JR, my guy, my brother, beard is phenomenal as usual. What's going on, bro?
Appreciate it, man. Showing
Look at you, Anton.
Showing a little bit of that gray, man. Showing a little bit of that gray.
Yeah, it'll be gone tomorrow, though. Don't worry about it.
I'm talking about me, man. I'm talking about you.
No, I'm talking about me.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, happy Turkey Day, man, to everybody that does celebrate. Hope you guys are having an amazing time with friends and family. I know I am. I'm blessed to be here with you guys. You know, the grind don't stop, the work don't stop. So we're going to give y'all a little something today. Hope you guys' bellies are full because it's going to be a great show. And this is the greatest show ever. So again, you guys look amazing. Kayla will be with us shortly. If you're just tuning in, make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Anybody cook today? Yeah.
Ladies?
Yeah, at my family's house, I help cook the macaroni, the stuffing. We do like a Caribbean rice. I don't know what y'all cook, what type of rice y'all cook, but a Caribbean rice and the ham. Ham is my favorite, so help with that also.
Did you dye your hair, Q? Looks good.
Oh no. So it's been dyed, but I have it like back like this so you can see more of the color on this side. But once it's down, it's all black. I just put some flexi rods in it. So this is not really my natural. Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to do a different look for Thanksgiving.
What's up, y'all?
What's going on?
The women are glowing.
I had to get my situation right. Yeah.
Welcome.
I'm trying to find somewhere quiet I can be. Like this whole house is so loud and full of people. So
mine was the same way. I'm literally in my conference room in my building because it's a mad full-blown party that's going on in my crib.
Oh man,
literally.
Yeah. Well,
hey, I like the fire in the back. You see
yes,
the fire?
I love that.
It looks so calming.
It's very calming. Thanks, God.
Hold on, is that a what are those cat? What is that at the top right there? What is that?
It's the cat
ears.
What's it called? Ears.
Oh, the ears. Oh, okay. I just noticed it. I mean, it was sparkling. I mean, I seen the fire. I'm like, okay, what's going on?
Yeah, little ears.
I'm just waiting on the teacup, and you get a.
Y'all know I love cats.
Yeah, I know.
Catas.
The catas. Yeah.
Yep. All right, let's get this show started, man. Let's get this show started. So, as you guys know, the topic of today: are we raising our daughters to be wives? Are we raising our daughters to be wives? I'm just wondering if some of you guys' daughters are in the kitchen helping to cook, if they were cleaning, if they were helping to prepare for friends and family to come over, if they were serving the men of the house and the sons of the house their place first. I'm just wondering, are we raising our daughters to be wives? What this space has taught me is that I needed to do some deep soul searching myself, because just off the conversations that we've been having, I've been questioning myself, am I raising my daughter to be a wife? I recently mentioned on King Talk that I told my daughter that I'm going to raise you to be a wife, right? This is what I told her. What comes to mind, and this is like to the women, you don't have to answer now, but just the people that's watching, the women that's watching, the women on the panel, what comes to mind when you hear that, are we raising our daughter to be wives? What comes to mind? Just think about it for a second. I received a little bit of criticism from the women because they felt that there are other things that are more important than to be raising our daughters to be wives. They want to raise them to be responsible and how to make sound decisions and so forth. And so I'm sitting there thinking, like, why isn't this important? You know, why can't all of these things be important? Like her being able to make sound decisions and being able to be raised to be a wife and being able to just be her. I think that it's very important for us to raise our daughters to be wives. And I didn't really understand the importance of it until we were having these tough conversations on the platform. I also told my daughter that I'm going to make sure that I be a good example as a man, because it falls on both parents. It's not just the mother. And typically when I say that, the women get offended, some, not all, because they thinking that when you ask the question, are we raising our daughters to be wives, that it just falls on them. Are we raising our daughters to be wives? This could be the reason why so many women today are over the age of 30, single, never been married, with no kids. Are we raising our daughters to be wives? Let's talk about it. I'm gonna start with you, Rella.
I mean, the obvious answer to that question is no, we aren't raising. And you're right, it does fall on both parents. You know I'm guilty of putting majority of the training of my daughters on their mother, right? And I've always tried to set myself as an example. And when I miss it, I always try and point that out for them too, because I do want them to see in real time that, I'm not above or beyond reproach, that I'm human, that I do error sometimes, but watch how I correct, watch how I bounce back. But I thought about that when we were talking on King Talk too, JR, and I thought about the question, even when I saw the thumbnail, and I was convicted more because I know even with my little ladybug, she's trained to do chores, she's trained to cook, she's trained to clean, she's learning that stuff. But in terms of having the heart to serve and work interdependent, I know for a fact she's not necessarily getting that. And I know by and large, a lot of fathers that are in the position that I'm in, where, we don't have sole custody. We don't have equal visitation. We have visitation plans that sometimes, work, and a lot of other times don't work. It puts our daughters, as fathers, it puts our daughters in a precarious situation, because she still got to go out in the world, and it's still a modern world, and you're still going to have all these outside influences telling, hey, your education, that's what's most important. You don't need no man. You can do this all by yourself. And what I'm learning in this space is that, the nuclear family, there's a war, there's an attack on the Black nuclear family in particular. And man, we way behind the 8 ball. We have got to get it together. So, answer the question flat out, no, we're not raising our daughters to be wives.
All right. Island Girl Q. Are we raising our daughters to be wives? Let's talk.
I agree with Rilla. In today's society, I don't see it a lot. I see a lot of young people that are not even mature enough having kids. So I'm in the schools and I'm seeing these kids are not being brought up upon right, with manners and stuff like that. So I'm also looking at the women and how they uphold themselves morally in a certain standard in this generation. And I don't think it's being done. And I feel like the older we get, the older this generation gets, it's going to be more horrible, I feel, unless there's a big change. Um, and I think it's a different outlook for me because where I was raised and how I was raised, from both of my parents, and it is done within the father and the mother. That's how I came about. I feel like for my mother, she gave me the nurturing side, the cooking, the cleaning, how to cater to your man. But on my father's side, he gave me more the modern aspect. Make sure you're independent. Make sure you have your own shit. Make sure you don't have to rely on a man on certain stuff. And my mother, she's more traditional. So that's the thing. I don't know if it's because that's our culture and just how I was raised, but in today's generation is totally different. I don't really, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really see a lot of women catering to men in certain aspects. And I get that. And I hear that from my exes. Like the shit I do to them, they're like, oh, I've never had that done. I'm like, what? Like, really? So I do see that people are not preparing to be wives. So I asked friends and stuff. We had discussion on Clubhouse. How do you want to be married and you're not even a wife? Right? How are you looking for a husband and you're not even wife material? Or whatever you're seeking in a partner, you don't even have those same qualities. So I don't see it very often. People are being raised as wives to my standard and my outlook of things. But that's all.
Okay. Anton, are we raising our daughters to be wives?
You know, I'm gonna be honest with you, and it's probably gonna surprise a lot of people. Um, but I kind of feel some type of way about this because I think it's different when you have a daughter. And this is gonna be difficult for me simply because I can't have this conversation honestly and truth without truly addressing the other side because I don't care how great a woman is. If a man is going to ruin her, he is going to ruin her. I mean, absolutely ruin her. It all starts at the head. So let me say this. Let me put it like this. Let me break it down. The way that I raise my daughter to be the wife, to be the woman that she is to be, is by being the man that I would want her to marry. It all starts with me. And I don't care what you tell kids. I don't care how it is that you make them make plates and all of this other type of stuff. I think ultimately it comes down to your actions. And the actions is what she sees as an example. It's how I treat her mother. I mean, I treat Rita like gold. Rita will, her feet will never, ever, ever touch the ground. There is nothing and no one that can ever come before her. So I think that part of the teaching is identifying and helping to show her what a network looks like, what a good man looks like. Honestly, listen, if we just want to be transparent, if we want to get down to the nitty gritty, I've been grooming a group of men to be her husband for a long time. I mean, I'm that deathly afraid of what the piss is out here and how these dudes are raising their sons. I don't want her to have to subject herself to the worst part of us, to the worst parts of us, and then tell her to have to be submissive to an asshole. I'm not doing that, bro. I'm never going to do that. So for me, the first step in that is to be the example of the thing that I would want her to marry. I have to be that. The second thing is I have to show her how a man is supposed to treat you. That's the second thing. The third thing for me is I think that Rita is inherently a perfect reflection of what a wife is supposed to look like, especially when she falls under the right covering. And so I largely leave the femininity things to her mother. And then fourth and most important for me is I am going to be intimately involved and whomever comes into her life, if she so chooses or decides that she don't want to be a part of whomever the group of guys is, that I'm actively participating in her life to help figure out exactly which one possibly strongly that she can marry. So I'm just going to be very, very connected. My daughter is already at 13 years old, exactly like her mother. If Rita is not in the house, I don't ask, I don't say anything. She already be coming to get my water, my tea together. And it's just like, oh my God, this girl is just like her mother. And I love her, right? I love on her. I show her what it's like to not have her feet hit the ground, so on and so forth. So it is, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm conflicted about this question, simply because I know that it's going to largely depend on the man that comes into her life. And that's the part that bothers me the most. And I know the reason why it's so bothersome for me to even answer this way is because I know that I emphasize and I always say that it's important for us to focus on what it is that we're talking about. If we're talking about women, and we keep it to women. But I just find it hard to even be able to have the conversation, because if she's not subjected to the right type of guy, I don't know, man. I don't know how I can handle that.
Gotcha. Kayla, are we raising our daughters to be wives? You're on mute, just so you know, baby girl.
My bad. Sorry, I was muted. So when I think about this, when it comes to raising children, a good deal of it is leading by example. So when it comes just straight off the statistics, 70% of women in our community are unmarried, and divorces, 1 out of 2 marriages, for marriages, 1 out of 2 will be divorced. So no, we're not leading by example in terms of that aspect of raising them, because you can tell a kid whatever you want. Tell them, oh, don't smoke cigarettes, and you smoking cigarettes, there's a high chance that they probably will smoke as well. You telling them not to, I mean, it's just not effective. We've seen how do as I say, not as I do is not effective. So I just think purely based off of that, no.
Okay. Okay. Are we raising our daughters to be wives?
A lot of the things that Anton said were the things that I was going to say. I completely agree. And then Kayla kind of, reiterated some of those same things. I think that based on the fact that so many people are unmarried, the answer would be no, because I think the biggest aspect of it is setting that example. You can tell somebody to cook or clean and do these things, cater to whoever, and whatever, the stereotypical, whatever people think it looks like to be a wife. But I still think that the most important aspect of that, like raising someone to be a wife, is like Anton said, his daughter sees how he treats his wife. His daughter sees how Anton is. Like, those things are the most important. So that has to be there, on a larger scale. I mean, of course, people who come from different types of households can be wives and whatnot. But I think the most important thing is seeing that example in front of you. So like Kayla said, it's like, we see how do as I say, not as I do works. So nah, I would say many people are not raising their daughters to be wives, because they're not wives and they're not husbands. And yeah, there's no clear example for them.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. So when I'm thinking about this, I mean, I know that there are situations where the husband and the wife are in the same household, and they're still not being the examples that they need to be, as the mother and the father. There are a lot of parents now that had no idea of what that would look like until we had this conversation. They probably didn't even recognize that it was an issue, that it was a problem. I'm going to admit, I I never really thought about raising my daughter to be a wife. And I probably picked up later on the importance. Again, just us having the conversation, Anton being the inspiration, really coming with the heat, coming with the heat. And this is before Q and Kayla came on to the show. But just us having these conversations, I've learned the importance of being even a better father. But then thinking long term, I asked myself, how do I want my daughter to turn out to be? So I think this conversation is great because it's great that Anton is present in his daughter's life and his wife's life like that. But there are so many other people that haven't had the opportunity to do that from the start.
Honestly, I don't know, JR. I'm so conflicted, bro. I just don't know, honestly. And maybe this is what all guys think, and really maybe you can tell me what you think also, and if I'm off. But is there any guy truly worthy of how it is that you raising your daughter to be? You know what I'm saying? When we start to take into consideration, right? Because like, for example, my daughter is 13 years old and she's never known anything, other than the example that our family has groomed our daughters to be. You know what I'm saying? And even in that, it's almost like, you're looking for a certain thing in a guy, and he don't have to automatically be successful, but are we setting our daughters up for failure by having their standards be too high? Do they have to lower their standards to be less than what it was that we raised them to be, or the example that we set prior to? Because largely, if you look at generation after generation, in my personal opinion, it gets worse out here. I don't know if it's because we have more visibility and it's just social media, so we can see more people and how it is that they operate throughout society. But it seems like it's getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And it's almost like, do I want her to just be with a man? Is that the standard? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that it? Like, is that the end goal, to just be married? See, for me, it's to be successfully married. So I over deliver when it comes to the example that I set for. Because even if she don't, let's just say hypothetically, she don't fall into the space to where it's just total, absolute successfully married like me and her mother, maybe she can fall a tier lower, and that's more than acceptable for me. But at the same time, it's like, God, like, is she supposed to settle for a guy to make $50,000 a year because that's the standard? Because that's what the average that guys make? Like, that I'm conflicted. I'm honestly conflicted. And it's just a different type of conversation when it hit home. It's a whole different type of conversation when it hit home, bro.
Anton, can I ask you?
Imagine when she starts dating. Oh. Sorry.
No dating.
Anton, can I ask you?
I mean, look what it's gonna look like. Sorry, go ahead.
Q, we're on the same time. We're like, Anton, as a very successfully married man with a daughter, and what you just brought up like made me think of this question. And we hear all of these things like, about how people should be wives and whatever, which is true. We need more stable family structure within our community, especially. But the question I want to ask you is if you would rather have your daughter, hypothetically, so don't say like, oh, this would never happen. Hypothetically, would you rather have your daughter be in just like a so-so marriage? Or would you rather, if it can't be great or it can't be like super successful, she could just be alone? Which one would you pick?
I would pick option 3. And option
No, it's supposed to be hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical. Okay, so I'm gonna answer your question.
Okay, try. I mean, I give all the context you want, but pretend you had to pick between like a just,
I would pick a
You pick a what?
Rita's laughing. I would pick her to be in a so-so relationship, right? Just for the sake of answering your question.
Okay.
But option 3 for me, and I don't believe in stand on code, is that I would prefer for her to marry outside of her race.
You would prefer?
If she can't find a suitable candidate.
Okay.
If she can't find a suitable candidate that meets my expectations within her race, I'm okay 100% with her going outside of her race. I've seen
What's the
successful
next
marriages. Race? I've seen successful marriages. We got some good friends right now, Rita, where this guy, well, more than one, they treat women of my family and they wind up marrying outside of their race and they treat them like gold. I mean, they treat them like goddesses. And so I know this is a caveat, and I'm pretty sure that JR did not expect for this conversation to turn this way, but I am very much okay with my daughter marrying outside of her race if she can't find a suitable candidate within it.
What races are you talking about? What
Any
races
race.
are you referring to?
Any race where the guy meets the expectation when it comes to character, drive, and ultimately becoming a better version of himself every single day. I'm okay with him.
So what races were your friends? The one that you were just talking about? What
Both of them are white guys. Both of them are white guys.
What race are the dudes that you said you were grooming some people to kind of be the dating pool?
Guys that I mentor, young guys, they all black.
Okay. So would you say you would prefer for your daughter to
I would prefer for her to
I mean, not date, marry a black man?
I would prefer for her to go outside of her race than to settle for some substandard. Not saying that all black people are substandard, because I know the overwhelming majority of the people that's in my network are black, right? However, and they all awesome. But if we just go on purely off of statistics and we saying that, okay, only 1 in 4 black women are married, right? And then you also add on the caveat of that the average guy, if we can't ignore it, only the average black guy makes less than $50,000 a year. If she has to settle for that, then I would prefer for her to go outside of her race in order to be successfully married. I'm okay with that.
Here's the other thing, though, Anton, just back to what you were kind of saying earlier also. I think in your situation, bro, you're carrying on legacy and tradition. You often talk about the lineage of your family and how everybody in your family has been successfully married, and you can you can go through your pops, uncles, so on and so forth, probably back to your grandparents, probably back to your great-greats, right? But for a lot of us who find ourselves in these precarious situations, man, we're just trying to generational curses. So as you were talking, I'm equally conflicted because and I'm saying, like, yeah, I try to set myself up as an example. For me, it's hard to do the example that she needs to be 700 miles away consistently.
Yeah, you got a completely different situation than me.
But I'm not the only one.
I know, I agree with you.
Yeah, I'm not the only one. So I think what a lot of brothers admire in you is that you're consistent, steadfast, locked in. And this is the other thing. When Dame Dash talks about hustling for his last name, for you, your name means something. Your name means something. And for a lot of us brothers, I mean, especially, a lot of us that just lack discipline or found ourselves in whatever situation for whatever reason, you're just trying to stop this ongoing cycle, especially some of us that are in families where you can look all the way down the line and there's just broken family after broken family after broken family after broken. And then you're like, yo, I'm not going to do it. And then you do it. Well, my kids are not going to do it, but then they're not getting the investment. So I'm really, now that you didn't say that, now I'm equally conflicted. In a good way, because it really makes me use the left side of my brain and think like, okay, well, what can I do? Because the generational curse can't continue. It won't continue. But how can I continue to pour into her consistently, even at a distance, even at a disadvantage, to where she's set up to win, and marry the best option available? Because at the end of the day, I do believe that she still needs to be groomed to be a wife. She needs to be trained to be a wife.
I agree.
Regardless of what
we gonna do our part. I mean, I've been doing my part her entire existence, right? We gonna do our part. But I mean, we put in them what we can, and then we continue to try to be there for them as they continue to go, grow to be an adult. And I've created an environment where she continue to be nurtured, and she don't have to be subjected to the same things that I see a lot of young girls are subjected to. They got to take out student loans. They got to wind up surviving. Some of them even get pushed out to the house when they get 18 and 19, so on and so forth. My daughter will never be subjected to that. She will never have to compete with men. So she'll always be able to live in her femininity. And then again, she has great examples. Her grandmother, her aunts, her uncles, her cousins, all of them are being groomed the same way. We have a standard in our family where you got to move a specific type of way. But again, just deep down in you, there's always the possibility of what if. And so when you start to explore those what ifs, those are the things that you try to mitigate and solve for by teaching certain lessons and being certain, a certain type of example. But it's always the possibility. And if you force me to give a choice, and let's be clear, I have more say so in my daughter's life than a lot of these other people. So please don't even lump me in the same category as y'all. I will be picking her husband. Let's be clear. But again, like I said, if we just dealing with hypotheticals that such as the one that Kay presented, I got to have the conversation in its entirety. And I just, I got to be real. I have to be 100% real on how it is that I see things.
So Anton, I have a question. Do you feel like you're going to be raising your daughter more on traditional values?
1,000%.
Modern?
1,000%.
What would you do, Anton, if your daughter, wanted to be with someone that you didn't approve of, and she's like, you know what?
Paint the picture. That could be a lot of different pictures.
Let's say it's someone who, I think the example you used earlier, like that you wouldn't want her settling for someone who makes whatever amount. Let's say that
I'm okay with her. Listen, if you a 22-year-old dude and you make $50,000, $60,000 a year and you got upward mobility, listen, I'm not looking at your salary at 22 years old. I'm looking at your work ethic. I'm looking at your character, whether or not you a guy that truly embraces the principles that we believe in, such as the Bible and Christianity and all of those type of things. I'm looking at the intangibles. Your upward mobility at 22 years old, you're not even close to being what it is that you're going to be. But I'm looking for certain characteristics. And if I don't see that, then we got a problem.
What would happen if she's just like, I like this man and blah, blah, blah. Like, what would you do as a father? I'm just curious.
No, that's not happening.
What if she's like, okay, I'm still going to be with him?
She rebels.
So are you going to financially cut her off?
Right. I'm trying to see, like, what is
when she's 22, what you going to do?
What's the consequence?
Listen, let me tell you something. She'll be the first to break tradition in our family to ever break away of what it is that her father says she's going to do. And let's be clear, that is not going to happen.
The reason I'm asking you, Anton,
we can always say what if,
that's
right?
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't have any control over that once the child is the adult.
Well, okay, so I'll give you an example.
But once people turn 18 and they go off to college and they move away and they have their own life,
they can
do whatever they want. And if they get a job, they don't need your financial support. You definitely can't tell them what to do. You cannot.
Okay, so
how would you cope with that, Anton?
I'll give you an example. So, for example, my daughter's college is fully funded on condition that she goes into certain fields. If she wants to do what she wants to do outside of the parameters that we set for her, then she's gonna have to deal with it accordingly. It is what it is.
So
but every single thing is on condition. I've even already had this conversation, and she said, Dad, you gonna, is it based off of, at 13 years old, she said, Dad, is it based off of me going into specific fields? I said, absolutely. You don't have a choice but to move specifically how it is that we set forth for you to move. And ultimately, I believe, and we've always believed this, and it's always worked out this way, is whatever you put into them as a child and whatever example that you set forth with them will always carry with them. I mean, that's what we believe biblically and spiritually. But ultimately, if she goes outside of our parameters, then we don't play that game. That's it.
Wait, so you're picking her profession for her? Yeah, like
what are the fields?
That's exactly what he's saying. But
yes.
You know what? And while
if you want to go into ballet, I'm not paying for that.
That's exactly.
What's the professions you picked out for her?
Oh,
Right, that's what I want to know.
healthcare field, anesthesiologist,
Healthcare.
all of anything that actually yields results.
So healthcare, what else?
Oh, STEM fields is fine too.
Anything?
I'm okay with accounting, economics, all of those type of things. But any of that basket weaving, anything liberal arts,
We keep you.
Not basket
Shout out
Professional.
to Kanye.
Listen. If you want to go into being a liberal arts,
to be a teacher.
You want her to
One
be
at a
a
time, one at a time,
marketing
y'all.
and
One at a time.
advertising.
What if she wants to be a teacher
What if she wants to join the military?
or a lawyer?
What if she wants to join the military?
If she wants to be a lawyer, I'm okay with that.
But I'm just saying, we're
military.
talking about STEM lawyers, other than healthcare, but STEM lawyer, accountant.
I don't
these
believe
are
that women
highly-
need to be in the military.
all of these professions are extremely intense.
Look at you.
And
I don't believe
they're very intense
that-
compared to like being a
I
nurse.
don't believe
being a
that women
journalist.
belong in the military.
Okay, but like I was saying, you say you want her to be a wife and you want her to have all this time to dote on her man. Being an attorney, working in STEM.
How are you going to do it?
Those
Listen,
are some
she
of the most
doesn't have to
demanding-
go.
Being an
Hold
accountant.
on. Let's be clear.
Careers I've ever seen.
Let's be clear. She doesn't have to go to college. Listen, my daughter is going to be straight for the rest of her life regardless. I'm in that type of position.
Wait a minute.
If she wants to be a lawyer, she does have to
Hold
go
on.
to college.
Let
There's
me-
no
wait.
Let me
there's no
emphasize.
around.
No, like, I
on the
think
lawyer.
No,
he-
that's not what he's
I
saying.
think
He's
he's
talking
saying
about
that she's gonna be good
business
either way.
Business
Whether
wise.
she go
Yeah,
to college or not.
good
she's
either way.
She'll be good
But the
either way.
thing-
But
business.
But the thing that I'm teaching her is that it's completely different from what it is that most people are teaching our people in general. I don't believe in social work degrees. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in all that
Why?
other type of stuff.
you don't think social work?
So
Okay,
can I
let me
say
not
something?
even.
No.
I have a degree in social work and psychology, but I'm in financial services and I make over six.
I mean, that's
figures,
good.
so-
Listen, I'm not killing you for it,
That's what I'm talking
and
about.
I'm not telling her that she can't do it. But what I am saying is that I'm not going to pay for it.
Wait, but Anton, how can you say, okay, she doesn't have to go to college at all?
She doesn't.
Okay, and I get it. But then say if she does go to college, she has to do certain, like,
If
that
she
doesn't add
does
up to
and
me.
I decide to pay for it, then I'm going to dictate what it is that I'm paying
Okay,
for.
so it's about your financial output more so than anything else.
That's correct.
Okay, so I thought it was more so about like her.
You know,
Can I
So
ask y'all a
if she
I
question?
get it.
If she got into like Juilliard, like top pick Juilliard to, I don't know, do music.
Can you imagine?
eventually run a symphony or something like that? That's
No.
even though like they scouted her around the whole country and they wanted her and she's the most talented in the country.
And Juilliard is so
But you know
hard.
what I will say
Yeah,
about
me too.
this is that a lot of parents think this way, but it's really funny because in my 30s, I have so many people around me, like a good friend of mine, Uche, whose family, I feel like, wanted him to go in a certain direction. And for years he did, and now he doesn't. Like all that
Question,
money is
Caleb.
waste. Or just like
Is
my
he
roommate in
Nigerian?
college. My roommate in college, she went to school for
Look,
chemistry.
ladies, can I ask y'all
Her
a question
parents
real
paid
quick?
for 4 years of chemistry, only for her to move across overseas and be a renowned graphic designer. Money down the drain. Like you can say that all you want, but when people are adults, your job is to raise them in the way that in the direction that they go. They're not yours. They don't.
How can you tell me what my job
They're
is?
their own
Hold on.
person, and they're going to do what they want to do.
How can you tell me what my job is to raise a child and you've never even known what it feels like to have somebody?
It doesn't matter. She doesn't belong to you. She's
What
her
are you
own
talking about? She does belong to me.
What are you saying?
Raising my daughter.
Yours. Her life is not.
How can you tell me how it is that I'm supposed to raise my daughter?
That's not what she's doing. She's
That's exactly what she just said.
no. She's saying that.
I just did.
She's saying that
She
your
just said
daughter,
she just did. You can't speak for her.
Just
Now
a minute
what?
into it.
but your daughter, when she becomes an adult, there's not much you can do.
But you can't tell me how I am to raise my daughter.
But I just did. I just told you that she doesn't belong to you. She's not your property. She can do whatever she wants to do with her life. And what are you going to do about it?
Hey, Kayla.
Ruin the
who told you
relationship
that?
with your daughter because you don't
I
agree
would
with her
say this.
decisions?
That's
Y'all
what
one
I'm
at a
talking
time.
about.
One at a time. Go ahead,
I'm
Rilla.
sorry, Rilla. What's up?
Wait, I'm
Is Anton frozen?
Hold on.
all of y'all are frozen. I'm sitting back listening. And it sounded like all three of y'all got problems with how that man is raising his daughter that carries
No.
his
I don't have a
No.
problem.
No.
I don't have a problem with it. I'm just
I
giving my
never
opinion.
said that, Rilla.
Please,
Come on,
Don't
y'all
put
got to
words
do
in
one
my
at a
mouth.
time. Y'all got to do one at a time.
The reason we all stepped in and said something just now to you, Chicago, it's because you cannot base it on a
Hold on,
false premise. None of us have a problem with what Anton's doing as a father.
You do all of that. I'm still not finished. I'm sitting back listening to this man, and as a father, you know, realistically, Anton understands when she's grown, you know, I believe the brother understands that 21, 22, 23, I can't control her. But he also said, if she breaks tradition of the family, she'll be the first one to do so. But here's the thing. Anton often talks about building generational wealth. How do you expect him to maintain generational wealth and continue that in his family if he's not grooming his daughter to take on that responsibility? And part of that is through marriage and nuclear family. Now, if we understand that, I can't understand for the life of me why anybody would have a problem with him setting parameters around how he wants the direction of his daughter to go. Now y'all can speak.
So that's not what I was saying.
Nobody said that.
What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, she's going to do with her life whatever she wants to do with her life. Children aren't your property. They're not an object that belongs to you.
Children are literally your property. What are you talking about?
Them to go in the direction that
they are literally your property. What are you talking about?
Responsible for the children.
Okay, so I don't agree with that. You're not going to change it by saying that.
There's a miscommunication here, I think.
So, like I was saying, I don't
I
believe
get
that other human beings are your property, regardless if they are your spawn or not. They have their own life to make their own choices. They only get one life. And I think that they should make the choices that they want versus living their whole life for you, and then it's over.
How has that been?
So I think that
at what age, Kayla?
I mean,
I just think
when did this start, Kayla? Like at what age?
When they're grown.
That's what I was about to say.
What age is grown though?
Totally
What age is
my
grown?
house. But when you're grown, what am I going to do?
Grown?
Stress myself out, ruin my relationship with you because you're not doing what I say? You're grown.
But what age is grown, Kayla?
I think that's the miscommunication 21?
Here. What is grown?
I don't think there is.
What is
grown? Grown is when you have your own.
Kayla, I mean, I get what Kayla's saying, and I see what Anton is saying in terms of like things that are laid out for his family, and this is how it's going to be, right? But I mean, I definitely see what Kayla's saying. If you are 25 or whatever, and you're just not doing the thing, like what? And that was the question I asked earlier, Anton. Like, what would you do if your daughter is just not doing the things? Are you gonna? And I think Kayla asked, "Are you gonna cut her off financially? Yeah. Like, what are you gonna do?" Now, in terms of
right?
He said in terms of college.
We see this in wealthy families all
the
time.
He said in terms of college. He said in terms of college.
You see people get cut
Chicago,
off.
how come when you tell me to be quiet, I gotta be quiet? But then, okay. So he said in terms of college, yes, I'm serious. He said that in terms of college, he wouldn't pay for certain degrees, which, okay, fine. I've heard that before. I just, when I said earlier, I don't think it adds up to say, I'm not going to pay for certain degrees, but you don't even have to get a degree at all. I'm trying to understand how that makes sense. And then also, what are you going to do, Anton? Like, are you going to just cut off your relationship with your daughter if she doesn't do what you want her to? Like, what is the ultimate consequence?
All right, so
can I say something first, Anton? Because I get what you're saying.
You can say, listen, you say whatever you feel like is best. IQ.
No, I understand. Looking back at it, I got cut off. No, I got cut off. But I get what Anton's perspective is coming from, because there's a lot of Nigerian cultures that if you don't go into the doctor field, you don't go into the lawyer field, you're looked down upon and you'll be cut off. So I was cut off for certain circumstances. My dad is very strict. More college, you got to do college and stuff like that. So I get what he's saying. If he's paying for X, Y, and Z, right? That he has control.
Agreed.
If she wants to do military or whatever, she got it. But I get what he's saying when she said if she doesn't want to go to college, that's fine. He got everything set up. That means business-wise, he has everything set up for her to take over and continue. Because honestly, my degree is a fucking waste. I don't even use that damn degree. I didn't even need that degree to do what the fuck I'm doing now, right? But in other degrees, doctor and lawyer, you need a degree. If she's wanting to take over his business, she doesn't need a degree. She got her damn daddy. Teach her everything, okay? So I get what he's saying. I mean, he has the right to cut her off. Like,
Thank
he's
you.
paid for
Hey,
everything.
Q.
Yeah,
So,
he does have to.
Hold on, because y'all ask a lot of questions. Let me just say this, because I don't give the women on the panel enough credit. Q, thank you for paying attention and listening to what I was saying. Thank you for being able to see through and be able to truly grasp how it is that I described and painted this picture for it to be. It was very clear to me. I wasn't sure if I was communicating it properly, but you just saying what you said very clearly illustrated that it wasn't just me and that you did understand exactly what I was saying. So I appreciate you. Thank you for paying attention. Sometimes I don't even have to say nothing and it comes out on its own. So
look at you appreciating and acknowledging the intelligence of someone whose degree you don't respect.
What do you mean?
honestly, my degree is a waste.
Hold on, Q.
I'm just saying.
Hold on, Q. Let me say this. How do you
Q is amazing. She's
straws out of the air that nobody said anything about that? Nobody said that. Nobody said that at all, Kay. Where do you get this type of stuff from? I'm curious.
If you don't think that was funny, you don't have a sense of humor at all. So
it was just a thing because Anton, you just talked about how certain degrees, like your daughter could never do and all this stuff.
What?
But meanwhile, like you're giving props as you should, because I give props to Q too, to someone who has those degrees.
A social degree.
That's all I'm saying.
I get what she's saying.
And I just thought it was a little bit funny, you know.
That was because you don't work in social work. But I mean, if you did, then they would require that for you to work there.
Yeah. And everything's in hindsight, everything's 2020. So you didn't know that when you were getting those degrees.
Right.
Q.
Maybe you really thought you wanted to be a social worker at that time.
Right.
What's going on, Jay? Welcome to the show. What you got for us, brother?
How's everybody doing?
So well.
I
like your hat.
You ain't related
Thank
to
you.
Takashi, is you? You related to Takashi?
No, not 6ix9ine Tekashi. I actually hate that man. Literally, the fact that he's using a Japanese name is an insulting. But other than that, like I said, I'm happy Thanksgiving to you guys. I'm here to throw some knowledge on the whole. Should you raise your daughter to be a wife? I actually do believe that you should. And what Anton said earlier, hate to say it, but I'm more of his mindset, because what you want to raise your daughter, your kids in general, for success. I don't think anyone here is going to disagree with that. You want to raise them for success. You don't want them to be like laughed upon. You don't want them to lack in certain areas that you could have, input certain ideas and traditionalism into. So I do say that, yes, your daughter, she is precious. She's your little princess. She's everything. But you need to literally raise your daughter to know that, listen, you're gonna be an assist to a man later on in life. I want to make sure I give you the core values that are very much needed in order for you to be with someone in life, so you can actually be the assist of that man. Yes, I want you to have happiness, babe. I do want that. But you gotta have a plan too. Very similar to him, because with Anton's mindset, I agree. Ain't no man coming to my daughter thinking that he can just take her. I'm vetting these boys. And that's the end of that. Because a lot of fathers nowadays, we kind of just let our girls go out with whoever and just don't think twice. And I'm not that type of person with how my family is. We're not like that at all. But that's how I feel. Say it again, Chicago. No, sir. I don't have any kids of this moment. I have a lot of nieces and nephews, and I kind of like to look at my nieces and nephews as like potential kids of mine because I'm like probably the favorite uncle to be looked at. But the thing is, I kind of put their head on straight every now and then, and I tell them, listen, your daddy, aka my brother, he loves you a lot, and he trusts me to put some knowledge on you, son. You was not gonna act like that, and you're not gonna give him a headache.
Let me say this: you're not an adult when you're 18. You become an adult when you leave my covering, and until then, you gonna do what the fuck I said. It's as clear as that. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about whether or not you want to be a fairy. I don't care what you want to do. This is not based off of what you desire. It's based off of what I said. And this is the thing that I have to lean back into because I like to be a nice guy. I like to be a benevolent dictator. But nevertheless, I am a dictator, and my house is going to go exactly how it is that I dictate it go. If you decide that you want to do your own thing, which chances are you don't want that life. She knows, my daughter knows she don't want that life. But let's be clear. It's going to go how I say when I say go. When I say jump, don't even say how high, just start jumping. That's how it go in my dictatorship. We don't play no games. I didn't ask you how you felt. I told you to get your fucking room clean when I got home, and I don't want you leaving out the house before it's clean. That's how it go. From day one. My daughter get it. She don't play no game. She know who the boss is. All of this arguing with women and stuff like that, trying to figure out what they feel and how they feel, we don't play that game. That's not how it go. It is what it is, and we gonna put it down exactly like that. And if you decide that you want to go outside of my covering and you want to go out here, you cut off. It's as simple as that. I'm not playing no games. Either you gonna do this the way that I say it, or you ain't doing it at all.
Cut off in all ways or just financially?
Always.
So you wouldn't even talk to her?
Somebody else. Appreciate you calling in.
You're welcome, sir.
You mine until you get married. I'm your covering. I'm your protection. I'm your daddy. And until you get married to somebody else, I run this here. It ain't about what you think. It's about what it is.
I hope the young bloods in the chat and even some of these older men paid attention to that last line about the father being the covering until she is married.
What if she just moves out and like has, a career and just is living somewhere? Are you cutting her off? You're no longer talking to her if she's not doing what you want?
I think he said enough already.
No. I don't understand.
Hey, he don't care.
Yeah.
Right. His relationship with his daughter
understood,
he doesn't care.
I thought I was misunderstood.
Say is more important than the relationship. He said it 3 times.
But I thought he was saying only when she was like
no, he said what he said.
He just said that.
He said what he said.
Even out of the house?
He said what he said.
Hey, that's what he just said.
I guess I'm just having a hard time believing it.
Well, you have to believe it, man.
There are people out here that think all different things.
You can't make them say anything else.
I'm making them. I was just making sure that I understood.
Everybody else understood.
Yeah,
okay, so I'm not everybody else.
Okay. What's going on, Jedi? You on mute, so you know, brother.
Yeah,
Hi, Jedi.
Hey,
how you guys doing?
What's up, Teddy Riley?
He didn't put it in the parentheses.
You added Teddy Riley to the end of your name.
Yeah, not today.
Oh, not today. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that was that other show. Okay.
No, yeah. No, first of all, I just want to give my props for happy Thanksgiving to y'all and stuff. But on the topic, what you were saying, Anton, I know you kind of got derailed talking about him prioritizing his daughter and having kind of full control. My question to you is, how because the thing about I'm seeing from him is structure, right? So when you remove that structure, which unfortunately in our community we basically have lacked a little no structure. My question to you is, how's that working for us? To people who disagree with terms of Anton's perspective, how's that working out for us?
I don't disagree with having structure at all. So
neither do I.
Maybe that's.
I don't know if a lot of people like this, so I can't.
Well, I mean, you just okay. Well, I mean, I'm just saying because obviously, if you weren't, disagreeing with the structure, you wouldn't be reacting the way you guys just did.
No, were you listening? We didn't have any problem with that.
the structure. No,
no problem with the structure. Whoever's paying the bill gets to make the decisions.
Yeah.
I just don't think that's the best way to go about it, because I value my family, and even if they don't make the choices that I want them to make, I will never trade the relationship with my families for anything. With my child, my parents, with me and my dad had a lot of disagreements growing up about what I should do with my life, but my dad didn't say he's not going to be in my life because I didn't do the career that he wanted me to do. You know what I'm saying? He loves me, and we moved on with our lives like everybody good. So
I just re-asked the question, and everyone told me that everyone understood. Jedi, I think me and you might be on the same page in terms of this misunderstanding, because you said that's not what he said.
That is what he said.
I asked that just now, if that was what he said, that he would be out of her life, even if he was an adult. So Jedi, I think
he would cut off all communication, period.
Well, the point I'm coming from is that what I see is terms of discipline and like having a I'm sorry, am I good? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm at my parents' house. But my thing, what I'm trying to say is that
me too.
Yeah, I was just saying that the structure in terms of how discipline might be is that, okay, well, because you're not going the way that I've lined you to, like, for example, like there's no scripture saying, you raise a child up in the ways of the Lord, he would not depart. I think that still thing applies in terms of, okay, well, in terms of discipline, order, structure, values, and especially education. Now, in terms of, there might be a generational curse in terms of a lack of consistency, lack of ambition in terms of our community, then that comes to a point where, we got to put our foot down saying no longer we're going to go do with these middle school or lackluster degrees or so that's not actually benefiting the community. I'm not saying that there's certain things that obviously, that might actually, badge the culture, whatever you want to say, but there are things that, okay, listen, we want to try to, bridge this generational gap that we've had statistically that's been proven. And we just got to say, you know what, I don't care about your feelings anymore. We got to get straight to the point and actually, change direction of our legacy to a point of actually high valueness of terms of what we can provide to the overall society. And overall society, the way that you can highly contribute, statistically proven, is in the STEM fields that we were just talking about.
Right. No, I was going to ask, so the career that you were talking about, that's not, what careers were you speaking about that we spoke about tonight that are not beneficial to the community?
That's what I was going to ask.
We spoke about social work. We definitely need more social workers, especially in the Black community. We spoke about, what else did we speak about? I spoke about being in the orchestra. Black people are very unrepresented in classical music. We definitely need more representation there. So what careers did we speak about that are not beneficial to the community?
Right.
No, you think classical music is beneficial?
Right. I said representation of Black people in classical music. Yes, I think classical music is.
You think that?
I think our children.
If I think about doctors,
yes, I think our children
lawyers,
being trained on other things other than playing basketball, playing football, doing all these regular Black people things. Black people can excel in other places like classical music, like lacrosse, not classical like music. Other things.
That if my son wanted to do that, no, I'm sorry. Classical music is the last of the totem pole that I would think that Black people need to excel on. Like, social worker, yes, doctors, lawyers.
What if we just say the arts in general
of Black people?
In general, the arts, whether dance, visual art,
in general, we can talk across the board if y'all like.
I would still say the same thing regarding arts, honestly.
You don't think that,
even though while the arts programs are consistently defunded in a lot of schools, it makes sense because no one thinks they're important.
I would just think there's other things more important than that.
Well, but everyone's not going to be a doctor. Everyone's not.
Only certain things can be important.
No. I'm saying there's other things that certain things have better
outcomes. Okay, so there are other things that are more important. So we're talking about percentage of importance. So they're still important, but just not as important.
Listen,
yes.
Nobody playing classical music is ever going to be as important as an anesthesiologist. Let's be clear.
Exactly.
Nobody. Hold on. Nobody painting an art canvas is ever going to be more important than a neurosurgeon. Let's be clear. Like, come on.
Well, the neurosurgeon is actually going to buy the artwork.
What impact is?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
what impact?
Chicago.
They're the only ones that can afford that art.
That's all he's going to
But
do.
I mean, come on. We can't do this thing where we're like, what impact do they have? I think it's really, I don't think we should do that where we're like, what importance do these people have when literally our entire country, our own lives are built on people that y'all might not think are important. But let all the people with no college degrees just stay home and stop working. Let everybody who's not in STEM just stop working today. And let's see how good your life is. Let's not do that where we're trying to say, well, they don't matter and these people do. Everyone matters.
We're not saying they don't matter. There's more important fields that
so
matter.
what? Why does that? What's the point of that argument?
Right.
They're still necessary. They're still necessary.
You know the thing, Q. When you get down to brass tacks, this is why we're literally last.
That's not why, Anton.
I'm sorry, I was talking to Q. So this is why we're literally last. This is why we're last. Because what happens in other communities is that they say, listen, you're going to be this, and then this father says, you gonna be this. And over in certain countries, that's completely destroying us, that owns all of our debt. And while we're sitting over here talking about how we want, hey, please, Joe Biden, can you please cancel our student loans, please? Can you please get our student loans canceled, please? We're going to do a song and a dance for you if you cancel our student loans and we'll vote for you. While we over here doing that.
The haters going to eat you up for that one.
While we over here doing that, in other countries that they're excelling, and when you go into these classrooms and they're getting all of the contracts, all of the jobs, they're making all of the fucking money, you know what's happening? They're telling their kids, yo, you can't play video games, and we cutting it off. They're literally cutting, the countries are mandating that their kids cannot even play video games except for on a specific date at a specific time on Saturday. That's it. All of this, how you feel, it has you feeling last place. And when you look at the census of the household income for the overwhelming majority of each ethnicity, you can go and look it up. We are almost number 70. It's a reason for that. Mm-hmm. Jesus Christ.
I'm going to say this. Anton, regarding education, Anton is right. Because where I'm from, like, we were learning stuff 2 grades ahead of what American culture was.
Yeah,
like
a lot of people
our
are
importance and stuff like that. Like, we had swimming and Spanish classes every other day. Y'all don't have that out here. So I get what he's saying. Like, our importance in school wise, like, shit, this shit in college, I didn't even need to fucking learn. But are they talking about credit? Are they talking about financial stuff that we need to learn? No. So I feel like there's more important shit that we need to be learning as a Black community, and people need to be in fields than when I was saying classical music. There's higher fields that I feel like people should be in than classical fields. I'm not saying classical fields should be dead off the block. No, it's just less important than other fields that people should definitely be in, like real estate or fixing credit, something that can build generational wealth. I'm done. Sorry.
Bye, Jedi.
Hi, Jedi.
Hi, Polar Bear.
Polar Bear, what's going on?
Hey,
to the show.
I'm just coming out of my winter cave. What can I say?
Happy Thanksgiving.
I'm not at my usual desk. I'm actually a little bit tired today, so I apologize. I don't have a better background.
It's okay, Polar Bear.
Just appreciate your support.
Happy Thanksgiving to all of you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
So with the topic being about having our daughters being brought up as wives, my first priority, and I'm speaking from experience. So my daughter's 26 now, so I'm not speculating in the hypotheticals. I brought my daughter up to be wise, W-I-S-E, first and foremost, above everything else. Okay. When she was little, I'm the one that taught her how to do gardening. I'm the one that taught her how to cook. I'm not trying to steal thunder from her mother. You know, she's not among the land of the living anymore. You know, she had her part to play, but I can say what I did. So, yeah, I taught my daughter how to garden, how to do cooking, how to keep a house. I taught her actually how to pour concrete. She's been out on construction sites, because when I would be out there overseeing contractors during the summer, at the time she was with me. She's been in air traffic control towers. She's been out on airfields. You know, she's familiar with all this stuff. Now, also, as she was getting little, and because her mother and I separated when she was about like 5 years old, you know, divorced. So obviously I couldn't do everything 100% of the time with her physically. Okay. However, for the times that I had her, okay, during my custody schedule, did many things with her. And I always treated her like, you know, going to a restaurant or whatever, open the door. And she knew that she was supposed to say thank you. Okay. And also holding the chair out, and she would sit down, etc. So I trained her from an early on what to expect, how she should be treated. Okay. Not like she's some goddess from, you know, up on Mount Olympus or anything, but be treated with respect as a young lady. Okay. Also, I trained her that, hey, if my hands are full of groceries or doing something else and I can't open the door, guess what? She opens the door. Okay. Just because you're female doesn't mean you don't have responsibility. You have responsibilities as well. Okay. Growing also, like during the times I was not with her physically, because I was, different states doing, engineering work. How can I see this? I would almost every day I was talking to her on the phone. And oftentimes, this is before we had internet and it was, easy to do stuff. This is when you had to actually do things on the phone. Okay.
Bring us home, Polo Bear.
And I would, over the phone, be tutoring her on her math. I also helped her with her English, etc. All those things. Okay. And I kind of liked what Jay, I think the first caller, when he said is, we all want to have our children grow up to be successful. And that rings so true. Okay. I want my daughter to be successful. Do I want her to be at a point where she feels like she's above someone else? Hell no. Do I want her to be subject where she has to put up with crap from somebody else because she's not able to take care of herself? Hell no. Okay. She can be capable to take care of herself completely. However, that doesn't mean that you want to be alone. It's human nature to want companionship. So the thing is, she can get a quality guy that's going to treat her right, and that she could be a partner too.
Hey, Polar Bear, let me ask you a question.
Certainly.
If you don't, you don't have to answer, right? Because I know this is personal information. How old is your daughter?
She's 26.
Is she married?
You froze.
Is she married?
No.
Okay, so to what end, and this is my question for you, to what end did all of the teachings and the things that you input in her, how do you think that's translated long-term into her life today?
I actually think it's quite well. She has an excellent career, and she does have a gentleman that she's been dating for over a year, and they do quite well. I just came from a nice, wonderful Jamaican dinner with his family. So, I like him. I joke around saying, you'll be my son soon. Don't worry about it,
So, I just got one more question for you.
Sure.
Do you want her to be successful, or do you want her to fulfill her purpose?
I'm sorry, you broke up. I couldn't. Is it just on my end, or?
It might.
He said we want her to be.
I'm in a different part of the building, so you got to excuse me. You got to have some patience with me. Do you want her to be
successful, or do you want her to fulfill her purpose? Because, like, for example,
her purpose is to be successful. They're not separate items.
They're not?
Not at all.
Okay, so what if her purpose is to move? Can I have a conversation with Mr. Bear, please? What if her purpose is to move the chairs for the person that has the vision? Are you cool with that? Do you consider that successful?
Okay, that's too vague of a thing. I don't understand that.
Okay, scenario. What if her success, for example, has nothing to do with what it is that she does for a living, but everything to do with whether or not she's aligned with the person that has the vision, right? Let's just say, for example, this young man that you love so much. What if her purpose is to serve him? Do you consider that success?
I think they serve each other.
No. I
It's
asked
not
a
an all
specific
or nothing deal on one side or the other.
Do you think that if her purpose, if she says, you know what, I want to marry this man and my purpose is to serve him because he has the vision for me as his wife, would you consider that success?
I would say, first of all, she's an adult. I did my job the best I could to raise her up to, her adult age. Okay. From there, the things I infused into her, at that point, she is of legal age and she is responsible for her decisions. Now, I can advise her on certain things, and she does. She comes to me often and say, Dad, what do you think about this, there, or the other? And I will advise her. Okay. Now, if she says, Dad, I want to go and do things with, her boyfriend, I'm going to leave names out and everything else like that. And I said, if that's what you truly want to do, and I would sit down with both of them. I'd say, what do you want to do, both of you? And I'm the sort, I think of a lot of possibilities. As I mentioned before,
Mr. Barrett, with all due respect, you didn't answer the question. You provided context, but you didn't answer the question.
Okay.
The question is, would you consider that success? Would you, not would she, would you consider that success?
Getting married unto itself is not success. Having a good union, meaning marriage, between two people.
Let me re-ask the question.
Okay.
If she ultimately serves the person that has the vision for her, which would be her husband, meaning that she's no longer under your covering but his, would you consider that her serving him and whatever vision that he has successful?
I don't have problems with it.
Mr. Bear, I appreciate the context.
Okay.
With all due respect, you did not answer the question. Would you consider that success, yes or no? And then whatever context it is, I'd appreciate it. But just honestly, respectfully, would you consider that success, yes or no?
If they have a good marriage together, yeah, that's success. But that doesn't negate that she could have a good marriage and also be successful doing other things that are career-wise or anything else.
Would you consider her a failure if she said that, Dad, that's what my purpose in life is. This is what I'm doing.
If she wanted to do that and makes her happy and he treats her well, I have no problem with it whatsoever.
So you're saying her success is based off of her happiness and not her purpose?
No, I did not say that.
I'm asking you. Because when I ask you a direct question, what you do is you deflect back to if she feels a certain type of way. But I'm asking you based off of what your standards are for success, how it is that you define success according to all of these different things that you've raised her by. Do you consider her saying hypothetically, listen, this guy has a vision for my life. My purpose is to serve him under his vision. And this is what success looks like to me. Is that what success looks like to you based off of the standards that you have for her? Or is it based off of how she feels and her happiness within that marriage?
What I consider a purpose for her is irrelevant at this stage. She is an adult of her own right. She defines her own purpose.
What does that have to do with the question, though, Mr. Beer? I'm asking you about your standards, not what she thinks. As a father.
My standards is that she could be happily married and be able to pursue whatever other functions that she wants to do.
But if she decides that she don't want to pursue anything other than being happily married, is that success? If she decides she don't want to pursue anything other than being happily married by serving this man, is that success? It's very clear.
Okay, if she's married to the man and if it leads to a happy marriage, sure.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Yeah.
Is her boyfriend Jamaican?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Jamaican American.
Nah, she like chocolate. Okay.
And I would say I kind of
Jamaican don't mean chocolate.
He not chocolate.
I'm sorry,
Is he
say
chocolate
that,
polar bear? Is he chocolate?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Even better.
Okay.
He's a good guy, So trust me, I've vetted him. He has a good career. He's respectful. So I've known him for about a year. I've met his family. So far everything's cool.
Well, you know,
Does
Polar
he
Bear
want her
like.
to be a housewife? Oh, I'm sorry.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Does he want her to be a housewife, live that modern traditional role if they do get married? Because Caribbean men are kind of like that. They like that traditional aspect of things. So I think that kind of falls back to what Anton was saying. Would she
I
be
will
okay
say
just
so.
being
My
a
daughter
housewife?
has no problem, and he likes it. She when they're together at his place, then yeah, she makes meals. And I'm over there sometimes. We all hang out. She makes the meal, brings it, and we are watching Netflix or whatever. So everything's cool. Also, speaking about cooking and everything, so as she was growing up, and when she was with me, she did predominantly most of the cooking, but I had a house rule: whoever's doing the cooking in the kitchen doesn't have to clean up the dishes thereafter. So she did about 80% of the cooking, and I did the cleaning. On those things that I have a specialty in, namely hot wings and a few other things. And I cooked them.
Okay,
Guess
Polar
what?
Bear, you
She had to
better with
clean
the
up
hot
afterwards.
wings.
All right, Polar Bear.
Not Polar
So,
Bear like chocolate women too.
yeah.
Polar, you
Oh,
like
all
chocolate
flavors.
women
Does
too?
I don't have a limitation.
Yeah.
As long as they don't
No
smoke.
limitations. You heard
Not
them?
the rainbow.
Yeah, he is.
They got to be
Yeah,
shapely,
no
look
limitations.
nice, and no smoking.
All right, Polar Bear.
Period.
Look like you got the hot seat now, man. You can breathe now.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, and have a blessed Thanksgiving, what's left of it.
You
Happy
too.
Turkey
Bye.
All right.
Hey,
Bye-bye.
Polar Bear, make sure you come back and visit us, man. I know you're in the hot seat tonight, man. Like
Change your name to
I
Chocolate
seen the
Bear.
sweat drip off your forehead. I'm like, damn, I'm like, Polar Bear really going through the motions now. He was on trial.
I
Look
like
at
that, Q. That's a good nickname for him.
Yeah,
What you
Chocolate
gonna start
Bear.
calling
Yeah,
him?
Anton became a prosecutor.
Oh, you know what? Honestly,
No, because you be trying to say I'm the one, and then you are.
No,
Did
I'm
you or
just-
did you not say?
What up, Biz?
listen,
But
I don't
Kay,
care
he
if
could
you're a
have said
man.
yes or no.
I don't care if you're a woman. If you
But we
if
went
you
through the
came
same
up,
thing with
if
Anton
you
earlier.
came up on this
Well, I did.
platform, I want to know the answer to the question. We're not gonna dodge. We're not gonna do the matrix around it. We're not gonna answer it with another question. We're gonna get. Listen, I like the context, but let's answer the question. That's all.
Anton hit him with that. So you bought the beer at 10:45.
Anton did the K,
You bought the beer
No,
at
that ain't the
10:45.
case.
and
I was very direct.
because I tried to do it to you earlier, and you were like,
I was very direct.
So if I'm
No,
hearing
you weren't.
correctly, it kind of sounds like Polo Bear was raising his daughter to be like one of them strong women, right?
I think so.
Yeah, and then when you was basically asking them like, what if she didn't want to be that strong woman? What if she wanted to submit to a guy and wanted to be basically a housewife? Would you have a problem with it? And that's when he started dancing because I'm like, damn, like structure, like shit. Polo Bear, I know you back there listening, man. I see you, man. But I was just making sure I heard it correctly because I was following you until you started saying that construction. I'm like, damn, okay. What's going on, Beers? Welcome to the show. What you got for us?
Man, pleasure to be here, man. This is so dope. I've been watching you guys for a long fucking time. So,
can you turn your mic up?
Turn your mic up a little bit.
Okay, my bad.
I can't hear you that well.
What about now?
Yeah, we hear you, bro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. So yeah, man. I am married. I'm 34, married, and I have 3 beautiful little beings. And I would tell you, 2 daughters and 1 son. I would want my daughters to grow up to be like their mother, married with a very successful man, and that's doing many things. You know what I mean? And so many people may have something to say about that. That's wrong. You should raise them to be strong, independent, blah, blah. But they don't lead them nowhere. You know what I mean? Now, people, honestly, that could be something, women want to, I know Kay and Kayla, I've been watching for a long time. You guys get active. So, but
you know what about us?
Get active. What does that mean?
Y'all go throw them, you know what I mean? If y'all don't feel like, something's right, or if he's saying that the woman is nothing.
If I don't agree, I'll state my opinion. You're correct.
Yeah, and I'm trying
to wait. What?
I'm that. I check this out. I'm that dude, right? So I'm that.
You're
dude.
that dude. That what? This sentence doesn't make what?
You gotta let me finish, okay? I feel you. I hear you. You gotta let me finish.
Okay, Kay and Kayla did what?
I'm just saying, I understand when women have something they don't like about something, they're quick to say something, which shows some other types of masculinity traits. But we're not going to get there. We're talking about
actually, this is a talk show, and we're actually here to share our opinions. So
it's okay. It's the whole point.
I'm just saying when it comes to raising, when it comes to raising two girls, and especially I live in LA.
What do we have to do with your daughter? I'm just trying to figure out the connection here.
I don't know what he's saying.
I just know because I know that when I say things about stuff or women have something to say, I get this a lot when I say we should conduct our daughters a certain way. And we should really point our daughters to go a certain route. Not just so much of live free, be you. You're an independent woman. You can live this strong life and blase blase. When we know
did either of us say that?
I don't know. You guys have those anyway.
Oh, so you're just making stuff up. Okay.
Hold on. Okay, let them finish.
It's cute. You can. It's cute. Move the goalposts, deflect. I get.
You're literally just making stuff up.
Cool. I'm only just stating the fact that when I know that you guys are runners when it comes to, I don't like that. I don't like what he said. I don't like that. And I know me as a person that when I come and I say a lot of things that offend or may shake up a little things or they feel like it's controversial, they'll, you know what I mean? And watching this show so much, I've seen many people come on the show and say things and
if we don't agree, we say our opinion. That's correct.
Yeah, and it's cute. It's a great opinion, and it's cute for people who may not have, you know what I mean, the lifestyle that others have when they're stating facts about it.
Is it cute?
Hold on, Biz. Hold on, Biz.
I don't know where he's going.
Hold on, Biz.
Me either.
I'm curious.
He said it's cute.
Let me talk.
Like, are you cute doing what you're doing right now, Biz?
I know it's offensive. I know.
Hold on, Biz. Let me talk to Kayla.
I'm sorry, man.
Why the what nows? What is all of that extra? Why do y'all do that? Like, why do y'all put so much extra?
Feel like it.
I'm sorry?
Because I feel like it.
Biz. Now, Biz, here's the key.
What now?
Here's the key, Biz. I know how to get it out of them, bro. Whenever you want to showcase their masculinity, there's a line of questioning that they just don't like. It's almost like
Biz didn't come up here ask any questions. Actually, not one. He didn't make any
statement
about anything that was
said. What does that
tonight.
have to do with your inability to be able to be feminine?
He didn't say anything, actually.
He said, I know Kay and Kayla are the types or whatever.
He didn't disrespect y'all.
I didn't say he
call
did.
y'all out of your
He
name.
important or irrelevant.
He didn't call.
But I can feel the disrespect. You get what I mean?
You feel the disrespect?
You think that you
the hostility. What?
Or relevant? That's not disrespectful. For me,
Yo, Biz.
Y'all one at a time, y'all. One at a time.
This is what you got to do. This is what you got to do. You see that fire burning in the background, okay?
Anton, stop.
You see that fire burning back there?
Tonight?
Look at you. I'm not even talking to Kayla.com.
Kayla, Biz just had some pent up feelings.
This evening.
Unleashed right now.
Let him talk.
Let me suck him titties, baby.
Yeah. No, it's just what it is I watch this show a lot, right? And I've seen
so disrespectful.
It is, but I mean,
don't say no disrespectful.
I get it, but I watch this show a lot and I see the pattern, right? There's a pattern that comes, and you guys may not say, I don't know if you guys watch the recaps or whatever the case may be, but that shit be some wild shit. I'm like, damn, I don't know.
Can you be specific about something?
Hold on, ladies.
Wait.
Ladies, we got a guest in the house. Let them finish.
Specific on. It's just too.
If there are tons of examples, it should be really easy to pick.
I'm only just saying that I love the show, but I understand the aggressiveness that comes behind when a man says something that, you know what I mean, offends you in a certain way, or the culture of the sisterhood. You know what I mean? When we're trying to actually,
nothing's offending me. I just don't agree. I don't have to agree. It doesn't mean that I'm offended, and it doesn't mean I'm disrespecting you. So what are you doing?
Biz, if you don't think
about Tonight show tonight,
This looks like one of those situations where someone wanted to call in and get
just-
the audience to be like,
just
yes.
No, what's the fun?
Biz, you haven't
Hey.
Biz, you haven't said anything.
Let's go.
And you came out the gate talking about me and
All right,
Gabriel.
Biz, final thoughts, Biz. Final thoughts.
I'm
Final
not
thoughts.
throwing smoke. I'm just saying, as a father raising a child, you know, as raising 2 daughters, you want to raise them in the right way so they can be successful women to get married with successful men. You know what I mean? And if I have something that's for them, I don't give a damn if Kayla comes along and tells them that they can do something else and this and that. It does not fucking matter.
You don't have. I would never.
Hold on, ladies. Hold on. He giving his final thought. He giving his final thought.
Courtesy to our guests and let him finish his statement.
Anton, you weren't saying that when you gave Johnny Cochran with Earth.
Go ahead, Biz.
All I'm saying, as a father who is very on it, I'm an entertainer, been in the entertainment world. It's wild. It's wild. As you know, Kayla, you're a dancer, so it gets nuts. I don't want her exposed to certain stuff, so I hold things from her or to protect her from her own. You know what I mean?
Makes you a great father, bro.
You know,
You
and
should be saluted.
so that's my. I don't. You know what I mean? I just
See how another man can show you a level of respect and appreciation, but it's impossible for these women that are in their masculine energy to extend you any level of courtesy to even be able to finish a sentence, let alone give you some credit. Bro, you deserve your flowers. I appreciate you. Thank you for creating an environment where your daughters can grow up to be flowers instead of trying to grow through the concrete. You are a winner, bro. Thank you, Biz.
Good job, Biz.
No, thank
All right,
y'all.
Biz. I think Kayla might want to ask a question real quick to you, Biz.
Let me go after Kayla, please.
Talking a little bit.
All right, Kayla, I'm gonna come to you next. All right, let's get Kayla.
You said you shield your daughter from knowing certain things, so that she is protected or whatever. When it comes to like overall, like prior to them, they're young, right? I'm assuming they're not teenagers, right?
No, they're young.
They're young. So
11
say when we're coming
11
upon, I don't know, them going to college or whatever these things are, where they obviously are not under your physical care.
I get it.
What is the level of things that you're going to expose them to? Because on college campuses, what I've seen is the people that are less exposed, not saying they have to be actually exposed to about it, but at least their parents speaking to them about it. The people that are less knowledgeable about how things are in these streets are the people who got in these streets. So how much and when are you willing to share certain things to prepare them to be without you out there? Because not having the information, I mean, I don't know how that's gonna. So that they know the game. You gonna give them the game, or you just gonna let them go out there and just for somebody?
That's one of those. You can't teach your child everything, right? That's what you're telling me. Like, how would you know that this is gonna happen? You can't teach them everything.
I'm really asking you. Are you gonna give them the game?
Look. However you raise a child in the way they should grow, so when they get older, they won't depart, right?
Yes.
So however that may be, whether they're exposed, the exposure is, I think I was on the Mirror Show and I told them that they're exposed to everything, whether we know it or not. Social media, however you want to look at it, they're going to be exposed to that stuff, right? I had to cut TikTok off from my kids. No, you can't do this. I'm not down with that. Why? Because it's too much exposure. You have to navigate these things. So that way, when they get older, they know what to do, what not to do, who to hang with, who not to hang with, smell the bullshit, when to not to smell. You know what I mean? Like, you have to show, if you're not showing them things in the house, when they get out, that was your fault. You know what I mean? You can't.
You do believe in it and giving them the game before they leave the house.
Hey, all I'm saying is, you could repeat it. But raise a child, you want them to, so that when they get older, they won't depart.
Well, no, I just wanted a direct answer to my question. So I was asking, were you answering it by saying yes?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Would that make sense?
How old are your kids?
You from the South, so we got to say yes, ma'am, and yes, sir.
I'm from the South too, so I'm feeling that.
No, I'm not. I'm not from the South. I'm saying you are.
Yeah.
How old are your kids, Biz?
11, 7, and 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're pretty young, but 11
that makes sense. Yeah,
11 ain't what it used to be.
I'm
11 about 14 now.
Check. I'm a foster kid, right? So being a foster kid, coming out of foster care, things are not what you know what I mean? You long for a love. So because you don't have that, when you do have yours, where some foster people don't, I mean, because there's a whole nother world in here, but you know what I mean? For me, it was more so I want to give them beyond everything that I've had, but show them the structure on how to develop that and sustain that throughout life for a long stability. Not just my daughters, but for them to understand how to work with a man. Like literally, I have to show them like, no, don't do your little brother like that. You know what I mean? Take him his plate. You know what I mean? Show him how to do, you know what I mean? To kind of like show them like, look, there is some male and gender, you know, authority here, you know, to try to get them to understand that working with a man is not always bad. You don't have to always, no, man, I gotta have mine. No, this is for me and only. Nah, man, like dudes are not like that, you know. And so showing them that is you have to start young. You can't start when they're teenagers, because then it's a wrap. She already got touched by the streets.
I hear you, Biz. All right, Biz. Definitely appreciate you calling in.
Hey, shout outs to Rilla. You know my cousin, man. Y'all was in the ends together in Atlanta, so appreciate y'all, man. Thank you.
Oh,
Tom.
that's cute.
Oh,
I know that's cute.
Yeah. Salute.
She throwing shots. That's cute.
Calling in.
Cute.
Thank you for calling in, man.
No problem. Y'all have a good one, man.
Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, y'all. It's the last call. Last caller.
What's going on? What's up? My bad, Jay.
What's going on, Zoe? Welcome to the show, brother. How you doing?
Happy Thanksgiving. Before we start,
what you say, Caleb?
Not a Haitian. He's Haitian.
Sock by say.
Is it a Zoe?
Hey, no, I mean Zoe, because he said just another Zoe, so I'm thinking he got to be Haitian.
What happened? Oh yeah, well, thanks for paying attention.
I say.
Oh, Nabule.
Yeah,
I wanted to address happy Thanksgiving first of all to all of y'all.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
Nabule. I did want to address a point that I believe Q made earlier, maybe like 2 points that she made, where she addressed her parents being strict, something, you know, with my Haitian upbringing I could relate to. And then also with the decision she made as far as her college degree, where the conversation that when it came to Anton's daughter, like the panel did explore the direction of, you know, if his daughter decided to go against his wishes, how that would go. I wanted to know from the ladies' perspective of if things went right and how y'all would look at it. And then from the guy's perspective, what is it, you know, that they see as far as what he's doing, which isn't typical for Black families and, you know, for developing generational wealth as a whole, what y'all would do, what y'all would take from what he's doing, what y'all wouldn't do that he's doing, from the fellas and then from the ladies. If y'all was his daughter in his position and y'all decided to go the way that he decided to go, how it would look. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get it. I'll go first. I fully get what he's saying. The only thing that I don't agree with is that if he cuts her off, he will have no relations with her afterwards. That's kind of fucked up. But at the end of the day, that's his choice. There's a lot of stuff people would say, but when it comes down to it, that might not happen because that's your daughter. That's your only daughter at the time, right? So I get the whole point that you want to cut her off because I've been cut off, but you know, my parents were strict and I'm grateful my dad was strict on all me and my siblings because we are successful in our own ways, right? We didn't end up down no wrong path and any of that nature. So I'm going to take those same strict values and instill them in my kids. And if it comes to a point where, of course, we want our kids to be successful, look at the fucked up generation we live in now. So imagine in 10 years, 15 years, when the kids are grown, what it's going to look like. I don't think this generation is going to look any better. So of course, I'm wanting to be strict on them. But if I have to cut them off, I will cut them off financially, but they will still be my child. I would not cut off that relationship. Compared to Anton, he said he will not talk to them. I wouldn't do that, but that's my opinion.
I'm asking a different question from what I'm asking from the ladies and from the guys. So what I'm asking for the guys is kind of what you were just giving, like what you would and wouldn't do as a man in that situation. But from the ladies, what I'm asking specifically is, how do you think it would look if you were in his daughter's shoes and you just did go with the plan that your father had before you? Versus where the conversation already went, which is, what if she says no? What if she says, I'm going to go this route? And, you know, that's a really big reality for women and for people in my family specifically. So I've seen how that played out, but then I've also seen where it plays out for women who just did do what their father had planned out for them in the way that Anton, is trying to do for his daughter, which I'm not going to say whether it was right or wrong, but I do think that there's, good things to take from it and bad things to take from it. From the men's point of view, as far as being fathers raising their daughters, and then from the women's point of view, being that daughter. In your case, Q, specifically, what you were saying was that your dad was strict. He wanted you to go in one direction, and then you went in a different direction, and you got your psychology degree, which I'm glad you kind of did, because now you're here on the panel, and, I get to see you, and, everybody get to enjoy your presence. But the point being, like, well, that. Now, the
Wait,
point
but
being,
I didn't get cut off because of my degree. I got cut off because I had tattoos. So let's just clear that up.
the black queen did.
Yeah. Yo, no. I was moving into my dorms, I think the second semester, and I bent down a little bit lower, and he saw one of my tattoos. So my dad was like, never mark up your body. And I already had about 6 tattoos. I was just hiding them really good. But now I got 15. But, but he didn't like me getting my degree in social work anyways. He didn't like my transition in. He wanted me to stay in oil and gas anyways right now. But I transitioned to the financial world. So, and, whatever it is. Sometimes you got to go against the grain, what you feel is right. My dad didn't grow up in college. His years was experience in oil and gas for years. So he doesn't know this business side that Anton knows. So if I was Anton's daughter, and he has the game of what reality is now, especially in the States, honestly, I wouldn't even go to college. It's I got Anton right there. Well, I need to go to college. So I wouldn't even go to college if I was Anton's daughter. I would just accept whatever he got bringing in businesses, honestly.
Okay.
So for me, if this relates a lot to a good friend of mine I went to college with, who came from a family lineage, same as Anton, grew up a certain way, blah, blah, blah. He had 4 daughters. And I would still go to college. But then I would, like my friend, come back home and work from the family business, especially if it's something that I didn't mind doing or was passionate about doing, which they all are. So I have no problem with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it's something that I want to do and it happens to be my family business, and I'm already have a certain level of direction there, then it's like, just go with it. You know what I mean? Until it's not, once you're older, you can when you have your own, you can transition or take a different position at the company or whatever you wanted to do. But I think if you have everything set up and you don't have any soul wrenching ties to anything else, or talents or passions or whatever, then it's like, why not?
So hold on, just another Zoe. Hold on. Kayla, if I'm not mistaken, in a previous show, you said you work for your mother or something like that, right? You work for the family.
I work with them. I'm not full in the family business.
But you work in the family business,
I'm a referral
right?
agent, yeah. So
but your degree is in
business
what?
for the family business, but I'm not
Your
working.
Your degree is in what though?
Journalism.
And so I'm assuming that your journalism degree is being used specifically for the family business, correct?
No, the journalism degree has been used in my current career I've been in for 7 years.
Okay, so you got 2 jobs, is what you're saying?
As a referral agent, it's an independent agent. So when you're an independent agent, you don't check in anywhere. It's sales. You can sell somebody you met in a coffee shop. You can sell somebody you met in the airport. You can sell somebody you met at the grocery store. You can sell the lady that does your hair, the lady that does your nails. Any person that you come in contact with is a possible sale. So
I get it. Okay, I get
that. Plus in my day career, I also work in sales. So
okay, works. So just bear with me because I'm slow. I'm a C student, so I'm not that smart. Okay. And I just need you to explain it to me like a little kid. So the degree that you got at Howard, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're using it specifically in your career today, correct?
Yes.
You're using your journalism degree in sales.
Well, I wasn't always on the sales side, but I'm in media. and we work in the 5 mediums, which my specific concentration was PR, which is one of the mediums. The mediums are broadcast, radio, television, digital, and social. And every single business on the planet needs this. There's no business that doesn't have an advertising and marketing budget unless you, I don't know, there's something that you're spending, whether it's taking clients to lunch, you're spending money on facilitating business. There's a cost per client for every business. I mean, just watch Shark Tank, whatever. But
no, I get it.
yeah,
Listen,
I was on the internal side in terms of content creation and doing direct publicity, working directly for networks, TV stations, things of that nature. But I transitioned to sales because there's more money in sales. There's no ceiling. I can make as much money as many clients as I can get.
Okay, but I mean, according to what you're telling me, and maybe I'm a little slow, so you got to work with me. You're doing sales, but you don't need a journalism degree to do it, correct?
You don't need a journalism degree to do this job, but the people that are most successful in this job in media have degrees in media or work in media in some way.
Okay, so I guess the point that I'm trying to get to.
You don't have to, but it's going to take years of training because you have no understanding of media and marketing. You don't have an understanding, just like financial services. Anybody can jump in financial services. You can go get your 663. You can get your insurance license, and you can just train and become a successful financial broker. You don't have to go to school for that, but if you did and you went to school for business and finance, I guarantee you would go faster.
Okay, so I guess the point that I'm getting back to is that ultimately you did what you wanted to do in college, which did not lead you to do anything different from a degree perspective as far as what was required in order for you to be able to break into that field today, correct?
Well, all the connections that I made to break into this field, I made them in college. So
No. I'm talking about with regard to your degree, your degree specifically. The degree that you went into. Listen, if you want to go into the hospital and you want to start administering oxygen to somebody, you're going to have a specific profession to do it, right? What you're doing right now, you don't need what you decided that you wanted to do in order to be able to perform that task, correct?
For the last 3 years when I transitioned to sales, correct.
So to what end was it necessary for you to go outside of the perceived guidance? Let's just say hypothetically, they said you should do this and you said, no, I want to go and do that. But then you came back to work for the family and do whatever it is that you're doing today. To what end did you actually do anything better than what you should have done had you been guided according to what your parents said, hey, you need to go to this? Because you're still doing something that doesn't even require you to go into what you got a degree in.
Right, but because I wanted more upward mobility. So I could have stayed in those roles that require a 4-year bachelor degree in journalism, media, marketing, or business advertising. But I transitioned with the same company to the sales team because I seen the money coming in and that looked good to me. So,
but again, at the end of the day, you don't need a degree in what you got a degree in to do what you do.
Not technically, no.
What is not technically? Either you need a degree to do it,
because you don't need it for this role that I'm currently in. But the role I was in for 5 years prior to the current role, yes, you needed a degree to get that role. It's one of the requirements of candidate. 4-year degree, yeah, you needed it.
Okay, listen, I'm slow, so I'm gonna just leave it at my slow.
How are you slow? If you worked at AT&T, AT&T has a ton of different departments. They have a media department. They have a marketing
department. How am I slow?
If you work for AT&T is a corporation. They have a sales department. They have a media department. They have a marketing department. They have a finance department. They have a procurement department. They have all these departments, and you needed a degree to work in the procurement department, right? But you wanted to transition to the sales team. Obviously, you don't need a degree to transition to the sales team, and you've already been with the company working there and know all their ins and outs for the past 5 years. So I just don't think that this example of mine is maybe reaching the point that you're trying to reach.
Well, it is, because you specifically said that it's important for people to follow their dreams, and then you followed it up. That was a previous show. And then today you emphasize that it's important for people to, follow whatever it is they feel like necessary that makes them happy. But then when I start putting two and two together as we continue to do these shows together, and then in a previous show, you told me that you actually are working within your family business or whatever. And then on the other side, you know, you telling me that you don't even need the degree for the thing that you said that you wanted to do in order to actually do what you're doing today. It kind of supports my narrative and not yours, that it's more important to figure out what it is that you need to be doing, your purpose, instead of following the dream, because your dream led you right back into sales anyway, in which you don't even need a degree in.
Well, not really, because I just turned 30. And
I mean, I'm not that smart, but I know what sales is, right? Like I know you don't need a journalism degree to do sales.
You don't. That's true.
So what are we talking about?
What I'm
How
saying,
can you support your argument when you're not even a representation of the thing that you're advocating for people to do?
First of all, I don't really subscribe to the corporate track. Right now. I'm in a plan. Right. This has a means to an end. I don't plan to be working in sales forever. This is particularly for gaining revenue for the things that I'm pursuing in the future. So I think that that's okay. If you're like a person that climbs the corporate ladder, like whatever you're doing at 30 is what you're going to be doing at 60, maybe. But that's not me, because that's not my plan to be here working in sales for the next 10 years. I'm definitely not doing that. I'm actually on schedule for the plan that I set out for.
But see, in a previous show, you said that your plan was to spend more time being focused on doing exactly what it is that you're doing and expanding the company business.
That's correct. And so working in sales, another thing that I found
is I listen, like I got a good memory. I'm just not that smart.
No, that is correct, because working in sales allows you to have the free time to do whatever it is that you want to do. You don't have to show up at 9 a.m. You don't have to show up at 5. You don't have to be anywhere at a particular time, versus when you're working in-house, you need to be in your office at 9. You have meetings, you can't leave until 5. When you work in sales, you just float around the market. You can do whatever you want.
You're your own boss.
This free time allows me to do the things that I need to do for my personal future goals and for my family business, which is how I'm able to do whatever I need to do throughout the day. If I meet someone at Starbucks and I think that they're a great candidate and I want to refer them to my family business, then doing that. But that is like why I'm in the role right now, has has a purpose, and it's actually fulfilling that purpose.
So are you only doing this sales position now?
Yeah.
Not the journal. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just transitioned to this position 2.5 years ago. But I was in-house.
I thought you were doing both.
I was in-house doing media directly for the corporation prior to transitioning to the sales team.
Okay, gotcha.
Right. But I transitioned to the sales team because I like the flexibility. I don't got to be
your own boss.
Nowhere at no time. Yeah. I can make more money. There's no ceiling. I can do other things for my career, whatever I want to do, for stuff for my family business. My mom needs me to call me, hey, Kayla, I can do that and still make the same amount of money, if not more, by working in-house. And that's why some salespeople are some of the most successful people in America, because sales is beautiful.
So do you think your journalism degree is a waste? Do you think your journalism degree was a waste because you didn't need that degree to get into sales with your parents? I think that's what Anton is saying, because your parents was already there. You didn't need that degree to get into business with your parents. I think that's what he was saying. I don't know.
Right. But my parents... Okay, so I understand what you're saying, but like the beginning of my career, I had an amazing time, like getting this journalism degree, going to Howard, working with the people at that school is how I secured the position at Radio 1, TV 1, working for them, working for Discovery Channel. A lot of the dreams that I had, I fulfilled. You know what I mean? Being a dancer, Dance with the Rockettes, have been on tour, Dance with major artists. I fulfilled that. Working in journalism, working with media, doing interviews with huge artists, doing voiceover for Panera, for McDonald's, I've done a lot of the things that I wanted to do. And now I'm transitioning to do something else that I want to do.
To be continued. Thank you, Kayla, for
I'm about to hire you, Kayla. Shit.
You sure can.
Doing it all, goddamn it. Shit. I'm taking notes.
I know we got a time that we're trying to hit today.
We have guests on the show, so I don't want to take
I definitely want to do a little bit more digging, but we'll get to that later. We got all
final thoughts though.
You said you had already fulfilled most of your dreams. Do you feel like overall that was good? I mean, I'm sure you felt like it was good for you and fulfilling for you in the long run. For some reason or other, I guess that's probably what my point is. My question is, Like, what's your passion now? Like, what is it that you're trying to follow now? And do you feel like following your dreams before is leading you into whatever your ultimate dream is going to be, or your ultimate purpose or passion? Kayla?
Yeah, a lot of the experience I learned working directly in media is how I'm able to be a great salesperson because I have direct knowledge. I've been in these situations. I can tell them, hey, when I worked for so-and-so and I was doing so-and-so, this is what happened. This is the data. I can pull up a case study, and it's just like, I set up the yes. This makes sense to you? Yes, this makes sense to you. At the end, why would there be a no for the sale? I get the sale. Close
So your passion is to
more
be a great
information and experience
All
you
right,
have,
so
the
that's your
better you
last
are
question.
able to communicate
Oh,
with the people.
I'm sorry. I didn't even want that to be my last question, to be honest. I still was more interested in hearing like what the guys had to say as far as what you guys would take from what Anton's doing with raising his daughter. Is it things that you guys, between, you know, Rilla and JR, is there things in that you would appreciate and would want to do with your daughters? And then is there things that you disagree with as far as him, because you guys didn't really give much input as that, and you guys have daughters. I don't think Kay went either, but I don't know, you know, in interest of time, that was really, you know, something I was trying to get to.
You want to go first, Rilla? Me.
Yeah, I kind of did speak on it. I was saying that I was conflicted because Anton was speaking more. So, you know, also understand that from a socioeconomic perspective, Anton and I are at two different levels currently. So I understand exactly what it is that he's trying to do. What I interjected with, what I'm challenged with, is that for me and a lot of other people in my situation, we're just trying to stop the generational curse. Right. So how he's raising his daughter with structure and specificity and intentionality, like, I understand that. And absolutely any man would want that for his daughter. Any man would want to raise that standard for his daughter. But I find myself conflicted because I'm in a space with just giving her the foundational tool, right, and supplementing what her mother is doing, while also remaining the example for her. So that's my perspective. I don't see nothing wrong with what he's doing. In a family, in wealthy families, like I said on another show, you know, you think about Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, right? On paper, that makes absolute sense. People do it all the time. Ivanka was groomed to be Jared Kushner's wife, right? So we see wealthy families marry all the time. We see families who care about their name, right, advance their legacy and their agenda all the time. So I have absolutely no problem with how he's going about raising his seed. And I think most men, if they had the resources, would absolutely probably move the same way. Actually, we know they tend to move the same way.
Okay.
Rilla, would you cut your daughter off completely? Like, let's say she wanted to go against the grain. Would you cut her off financially or completely?
The way Anton dotes on his daughter, I don't think he would either. I think the point that he was making was that I run this. I'm not trying to speak for you, bro. I see your face. I'm not happy Thanksgiving. I'm not trying.
I cut off my own brother.
But that's your brother, though. That's not your child.
Let me tell you something. I will cut off anybody, bro. I don't care. I have no. Listen.
I got you. That's fair. Let me answer her question real quick. So, for me, no, I would not cut my seed off completely. There are areas that I would and have, anyway, no, I wouldn't.
Bro, if she don't, I mean, but think about it. And I'm not talking about your situation, Rilla. If you don't understand that this is real, if you have any inkling within yourself to feel as though you safe and that I'm not going to do what I say I'm going to do, if there's no real consequences behind the decisions that you're going to make, then what's the point of making rules in the first place? There has to be a standard. There has to be consequences, because you cannot just float and then just think that, because if you think it's a safety net under you, you're not going to take your craft seriously. You're not going to take these lessons that I'm giving you seriously. But if you know it's consequences under there, if you know that if you slip off that rope, you dying and it ain't no net up under you, you're going to move a little bit differently. It's got to be consequences. It has to be very firm, clear-cut consequences that come along with your actions. Otherwise, what's the point of me making the rule in the first place if you can just break it and do what you want to do?
That safety net is killing folk, man.
It is.
Killing folk.
Hey, Zoe, to answer your question, I think Anton kind of took the answer away from me. Me knowing Anton for a while, I kind of know it's kind of like cutthroat. And I think he did a perfect example. I mean, think about your wife, right? If you set some rules in place and she violates, if she's seeing any type of weakness within those rules, then she gonna violate you. She gonna disrespect you. So if you put it in a certain way where this is the way it's gonna be, 9 times out of 10, she's not gonna play with that fire. So if you're training your daughter a certain type of way and she actually believe into what you're saying, she's gonna continue to own up to it. For like the whole entire lifetime, she's gonna own up to it. She's gonna believe that because think about all the bullshit that they believe from seeing. So if you instill from her from the beginning, that's one thing that I respect for him is that he's doing it from the beginning. So me, I don't think I necessarily did it from the beginning. So now my challenge is a little bit different, but I don't see anything wrong with Anton. And I think that moving forward, we have to instill these values and, like how we want to see our future when it comes to our children from the start. If you raise them by not raising your voice and just giving direction with tone, when they turn 5 or 6, it's still going to be the same way. But if you don't set that foundation early enough, then that's when you see people just get out of hand. So I do see some logic into what Anton is saying, but unfortunately my situation is a little bit different because I feel like I started a little bit late.
Would you cut off your daughter though completely or your child completely?
It depends. I've told my son, because he's the oldest, right? My son is 16, and it's like, look, if you're not doing nothing by the time you turn 18, you're going to get your ass up out of here. That's exactly what I told him, and I mean that shit. Like, you're not going to be sitting here. If I don't feel like it's good enough for me, then you're not going to be up in here. I'd rather you go do whatever it is you want to do, and it's not stressing me out, because when you up in here, I'm going to be on your ass. I'm not tolerating that bullshit. You're not just going to just come and go and do what you want to do. It's going to be some type of structure inside this house. And if you can't abide by them rules, then get your ass up out of here.
So are we? So and I rock with that though, JR. And we know each other in real life, right? Let me ask y'all a question. If it's no real is it okay for somebody to just be okay, or do you have to fulfill a purpose? If your purpose here was to do whatever it is that you were supposed to do, but you never completed it, is it okay to just be okay? Or because for me, everything is black and white. It's no gray areas, no middle ground, it's none of that. Either you win or you lose. And if the purpose was just to run the race to get a participation trophy, is that enough for y'all? I'm just curious. Like, dude, like I don't have friends that's just around just to hang around. Like, I'm not about to be kicking it. Like, what's your purpose in my life? Like, you had a season, you cool. That don't mean you're not a bad person, but it's time to move on. Like, if everybody are not fulfilling their purpose and doing their job and taking care of business, what are we just keeping the people around for just for the sake of keeping people around? Everybody has a purpose and they need to do what they're supposed to do. Again, maybe I'm the crazy one, but y'all just keep people around in y'all circle, or y'all think it's cool to just float around, or people to just be around y'all just for no reason? I'm just curious.
I'm gonna add to this real quick. The one thing that I do is I appreciate all types of people in the way they think, right? So I'm not necessarily talking about y'all, but it's just for the people that's watching as well. If we don't have people that's going against the grain, we will never grow. We will never be able to learn and understand. The people that are cutthroat, it's either you on or off. It's either you right or you wrong. It's either this way or that way. These people are needed in the world. This is how we balance things out. This is how we grow. Because if we have everybody thinking, and as Anton say, playing victim all the time, how are we going to ever be strong? How are we going to ever grow? You need these type of people that think this way. You got to appreciate people that think outside of the box. If everybody thought the same way, it's definitely going to be an echo chamber. So these conversations are brought together. These people are brought together to have these conversations so that we can think. We may not have a solution right now, but when you leave this podcast right now, just think about what we're saying. You don't have to agree right now, but just consider it. Just consider, I don't care if it's 2%. Just consider it, because 5 days from now, this shit might make sense. Replay this shit. So I'm gonna have to move on real quick, brother, so we can get this last person on. I appreciate you.
Okay.
What's going on? What's going on, Cliff? How you doing, brother? What's going on, brother Cliff? I see you. I see you, Demetrius. I see you.
He missed it, JR.
Yeah, there you go. I see you.
Yo, you do look like him.
Oh snap! You do look. Your face is a little slimmer.
For
though.
real,
That's
especially
crazy.
the way his face is in that picture.
Yeah.
I look like.
Yeah, I mean the voice
You
don't
on
match
the
it,
island too?
Oh my God, man.
What's that going?
I don't think I look like that guy,
What's
man.
that
Come on, you might
going?
find somebody else.
Big up yourself. Big up on yourself.
Yeah, bless up,
I'm dead.
So
Hold on, Cliff, what you got for
I
us?
wanted to ask a question. Let me turn this up a little bit. So, like, I heard what Anton was saying about like leading by example, raising your daughter and giving her an example of the man that she's supposed to find in life and supposed to take care of her. So I don't know if you mentioned it in your comment, but when, let's say, she goes out and she finds a man, do you take it upon yourself to vet that person?
You said if she goes out to find a man, do I take it
No,
upon
she
myself?
goes out, like she's going to college and she meets somebody.
Mhm.
Do you vet that guy?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. If he's not good enough by your standards, how would you tell her right out?
Yes.
That's fair. That's fair. Because thinking about like my sister, I have a sister, she lives in Florida. We didn't grow up around her dad. Our dad was always on the street, always hustling. And I think that was a crucial point. That was a crucial thing in our lives that we did not have. For me, example of the man that I'm supposed to be. For her, the example of the man that she's supposed to look for to be her husband. Insane. Fuck, I had a point and I missed it. I've been drinking.
Yeah, I was about to ask you. You all right, fam? I know it's
Okay, Cliff.
Man, I seen that cup. I seen that. I seen that yak in there, man. I seen you.
No.
Had a little something
It's
today.
gotta be Jamaican
I
rum.
had a
It's gotta be
lot.
Caribbean
Yeah.
rum.
Hey,
better
Cliff, hold
be
your thought real
Hennessy.
quick. Hey, this is the last person for. I ain't gonna bring nobody else on. Shameen, what's going on, brother? Real
Oh,
quick.
hey, how y'all doing? Happy,
Yeah, real quick. Nobody else coming on.
Happy
Real quick.
Thanksgiving.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Real quick, brother. Real quick.
Okay, yeah, sure. Man, I had so many things I wanted to say, but I guess I'll chime in on both points because I did actually see both sides. I definitely agreed with Anton on just like you're gonna have a vision for your kid no matter what. I don't see why you would argue against somebody wanting to have like a vision for their kid and facilitating the structure to make that happen. Because obviously it's not a guarantee that it's going to happen, but you have to make an effort. And I feel like if you do a good job of raising your kids, like in the modern times, I feel like people look at their kids like, oh, like I don't control my kids. Like they don't give them enough guidance or structure or enforcement. Like it's not a debate with the kid. Like you're supposed to listen. And I know that because I was a very rebellious kid growing up. Like I did not listen to my parents whatsoever. I rebelled a lot in a lot of different ways, even though they did instill some good things in me. But the relationship between a child and a parent is not like your homie, your friend, or just like I'm giving you advice. It's like, no, like they have authority. So that authority needs to be enforced. And that's one of the main issues in the Black community today is there is no authority or structure or discipline. You got the fathers leaving out the homes. Now, I did understand the point where it was like, are you really going to cut off your child over, if they don't want to maybe get the degree or job or do whatever it is that you would like them to do?
Bro, my daughter is right here. But she right here. She get it. She get it. We didn't have these conversations, haven't we, Les?
I mean, I do actually think that's somewhat extreme, but I also like the fact that you're trying to push your kid so hard in a certain direction, because one thing I feel like I never really got was like the actual like guidance and like hand-on instruction of how to navigate things. It was always kind of like, it was either reasons without a very strong backing, or it was just like do whatever. So I respect that. I would never necessarily cut off my kids in a certain way. I don't have kids yet, but I would never like cut off like communication or whatever. But I see, as far as like the funding, or like, hey, if I'm paying for this,
Charmaine, you got
I'm
kids?
supposed to be in charge.
Charmaine, you got kids?
What's
you
that?
You got kids?
No.
Okay.
I'm a single bachelor. I want kids.
All right, man. Holler back. Yeah, holler back when you get some kids, bro. Holler back. You're gonna go do some bullshit. You're gonna be like, you know what? We ain't gonna have that shit, man. I'm trying to tell you.
Man, listen, bro. Let me tell you something. The problem with these parents today is that they all trying to be their friends instead of being their parent. And don't get me wrong, I adore my daughter. I mean, she was just in here. That's my girl. She loved her dad like nothing else. But let's be clear, she understands, and I tell her regularly, yo, I'm not your friend. I'm your parent first. My job is to put you in the greatest position possible to be able to fulfill your purpose and do what you're supposed to do. It's like we got so far away from everybody having structure and having a purpose. Like, went back and like, maybe we need to just go back and just study history in general. Like, when everybody had a purpose in the house, you do what you're supposed to do. This person take care of this. If this person is not here and they out tending to this thing specifically, you step up because you are the next person in line, so on and so forth. Where do we get along? Where do we get to a space where everybody is just floating in the air and they walking around like an accident, and then whatever happens, and then whatever man created, oh man, you a cracker maker. Okay, so God, my job, my whole purpose is design crackers. Like, what is going on, bro? Like, we are all here to do, and it's a reason why you have somebody that came before you that knows and experienced life, and then we pass down the lessons after. But it's like, we forgot all of that in the midst of it and was just like, you know what? I just woke up and I was just like Peter Pan today. And that's the end of the conversation. What the heck is happening, man? Like, we don't got no kind of structure, no rules, no nothing. Anybody could just do whatever it is that they want to do whenever they feel like, and that's just the end of the conversation. That's crazy.
And everybody is supposed to accept it. Everybody has to accept it. You can't challenge it. You can't push back on it. Otherwise, you're canceled.
It's the normalized generation.
Cancel culture ain't even real anymore, so it don't even matter.
So I have a question.
I'm sorry, Kayla. I'm gonna let you get that off, but let me make the statement because I've really been holding on to it for a minute. I'm just trying to figure out, where has all this gotten us? Because even in part for what Anton is saying, listen, for all the educators out there, I got two educators sitting in my living room right now. Do you know some of the war stories? I'm in Chicago. Do you know some of the war stories that's being exchanged right now? Because kids have no respect for authority. You know why? Because they don't respect authority at home. What are we talking about? O'Shea did a brilliant breakdown on the famous Love and Hip Hop Miami star that was thanking God, giving praise to God for making her a single mother. Who? Amara.
Oh God, I don't get me started.
I don't watch them shows.
No, I know Amara La Negra. I know. Don't get me started.
I need to keep up. I need to know what my kids is potentially exposed to. Because my kids not in a Catholic school, they're not in a private school, they're in a public school. So I need to know. And I also, when I connect with other kids in the community that I serve in, I need to know what's going on. So I pay attention to some of it, just enough to know. But I did pay attention specifically to O'Shea Duke Jackson, breaking that down. And it's just like, why do we continue this deadly path that we know it leads to nowhere, a generational curse on top of generational curse? And it's cool. It's almost like a cool cliche in this sector now to say marry before you carry, but then it's like nobody's really calling out the BS when we see it. When we see women promote or men promoting a culture of making baby mamas or people celebrating single motherism. It's insane. Like all this, and I'm not you know, trying to front on you, Caleb, but all this follow your dreams and, you know, pursue this, that, and fam, I say all the time, at the age I'm at now, I wish I had just been more.
I like your growth, Gorilla. You really evolving into being a.
I'm just paying attention now, bro. I'm serious. When I came into this space, I didn't know. You don't know what you don't know. But
I like your growth, bro.
But for real, if I was in my 20s, fam, if I was intentional and focused on purpose, not on dreams, not on feelings, not on all this other oofy goofy stuff that we keep promoting, that they keep ramming down our throats to keep us stuck at the bottom of this rat race. What are we doing? What are we talking about, fam?
Hey, was your dad in your life? Was your dad in your life?
Hear me now? What you said, Star?
Was your father did in your life?
My father?
Yeah.
Nah, I can count on one hand how many times I've seen him my entire life.
Okay, that's kind of unfortunate. But, you know, I started out by saying that my dad was always on the road. I didn't get to see him much. The structure that you guys are talking about, it comes from fathers. And I can see that in my own personal example, because I'm going through some shit right now. I have a son, he's 2. I'm going through some shit with my baby mother, but I have him now because responsibility. I don't want to throw nobody under the bus or say nothing bad about anybody, but I provide more structure. I provide more stability, and you know, some people need to just go get it together. But talking to my dad about a lot of the things that I'm going through now, I realized that, yo, if I had some of this when I was 14, 15, 16, yo, I'd be far off in life, man.
If you had some of what, Cliff?
Huh?
If you had some of what?
If I had my dad in my life to just pretty much just break it down, and like some of the things that he's saying, because I wasn't raised around him, some of the things that he says when he does come around, it sounds a little harsh. Like, and I was unable to, I didn't learn how to detach from how I felt about what he was saying and actually look at what he was saying and say, you know what, you're fucking right. Just like when you said, yo, fuck your dreams. I didn't understand it. And I didn't take offense to it, but because I didn't understand it, I started questioning, like, what the fuck does this guy mean? What is he talking about? And then Kayla jumped in, and Kayla started going back and forth with me. And it's the same example, like, you could be dad and Kayla could be mom, right? My sister says a thing, and she said it to somebody that, you know, it went around, and it eventually came back to my dad, and me and my dad talk about it. If dad says left, mom's gonna say right. And that's the type of
But see, that's crazy to me, because if I say left, my wife is gonna say left.
But that's your wife. That's his father wasn't with his mother. His father wasn't.
Oh,
with his mother.
no. Oh, I didn't. So your father wasn't with your mother?
It wasn't together.
Okay, so no. Let me clear it up. I thought he was just saying that his father was working a lot, but he was still married. I didn't know that. So that's my bad.
Two different households, right?
You're right. I got you. My bad.
But that's where it is. And even Mr. Samuels talks about it, man. Like the father's not being in the home, it creates severe dysfunction that affects you way down in life. And as I said, when I'm talking to him about some of the problems that I'm having now, I'm like, yo, if I had you in my life early out, I would have seen all of these things, and I would have had a little bit more information to go about my life in a much better way. Not saying that my mom was a bad influence or anything, but a woman can only do so much, man.
Hold on, Cliff. Let me say something, because I just tapped into the chat. Let me be clear, y'all. We attack the argument. We don't attack the person. I'm not letting nobody, and I'm gonna just give y'all a warning. I don't care if it's a super chat or not. If anybody say anything that's out of character, that's not attacking the argument of the women that's on this panel, I'm getting you up out of here, flat out. Y'all not gonna disrespect the ladies. Y'all not gonna say nothing out of line. I know that y'all don't know where to toe the line because you might disagree with what they saying. But again, we all learning, we evolving.
I'm learning and evolving, and I'm trying to become a better version of myself. And we're not going to attack the person. You're going to have to attack the argument. So anything that's out of line, y'all going to have to get yourselves together, because we don't do that. Y'all not going to disrespect the ladies. You're not going to say nothing crazy about them. You're not going to say no names, none of that. We're not having that, y'all. You're going to have to attack the argument and not the person. I'm just going to say it like that, and I'm going to just leave it right there.
Yeah, we got some mods, man. Make sure I ain't been looking at the chats too much, but
yeah, I don't look at that.
Yeah, if we got some mods in there, make sure y'all get that shit up out of here.
Crazy, bro.
But I understand what Cliff is saying regarding his father, because your father might give you advice like construction criticism that's really harsh, but that's tough love. Like when it comes to Caribbean parents, that's tough love. They're very blunt, and that's where the strictness comes in, and that would have definitely changed your outlook if your father was definitely in your life and he was giving you that tough love head on. So I fully understand that.
But that is the thing though, even when he does come around, and I do get the tough love because he's not around all the time, and it goes back to the point where mom says left and dad saying right, and mom don't want to go to the direction that dad is going because dad brings structure. Mom just wants to do whatever she feels like doing, and she doesn't necessarily want to agree with dad because it goes back to a certain level of masculinity again, and feminism, and I shouldn't say feminism, let me not say that, but just women feeling like they feel like they are right and everything else must just go to the side. That's pretty much a person my mom was. She don't think
Is she Caribbean?
Yeah, she's Jamaican, black Chinese.
So she a little stubborn.
Oh, you said she's what? She's Chinese.
What you say?
She's
Chinese
Jamaican and Chinese.
Yeah, my mom's last name.
Yeah, my ex's mom was Chinese Jamaican. Stubborn. Okay.
Stubborn
that's why she.
word.
That's why she going
left.
left.
There's no word in the English dictionary to describe my mother.
I swear, the later we get in the show,
but what's that?
The later we get in this show, the stronger Q's accent gets.
Listen.
Say para again.
No. I work in corporate America with white people, so I know how to turn it on and turn it off. And then people that can't understand it, I don't really speak it full on. But if I have a Jamaican, he can understand because I speak fast and we break down words and we put it all together. So I know how to twist it up. Sometimes when I'm talking, it just comes out.
I got
but
you.
Ultimate code switching.
Code switching.
Switchers in the building.
Exactly. Because I can put my American voice on real quick. Hello, yes, ma'am.
I'm
here.
All right, Charmaine and Cliff, I'm gonna get y'all off, brother.
Dear to you, bro.
Right,
Yo, bless up, man. Bless Cliff.
Bye,
Cliff. Anton,
bye, Cliff.
Wisdom. Have a good night, beautiful ladies. Have a good night. Lapeef, bless.
All right, bless you, brother. Appreciate you. All right, Sasha Miller, what's going on?
Hi guys. How are you? I'm so excited to be on the panel for tonight. I did want to weigh in on tonight's topic in regards to like modern women becoming wives, because I really do believe that there's a big disconnect, and I think it has to do with just the parents being outside of the household or just having a one parent household. And then the male not being there as well. I did catch a little bit of what Anton was saying about how he wants to raise his daughter. And I do applaud you for that, because not a lot of people think like that. And that is the blueprint and cutting out a lot of the problems that we see today. So yeah, that's all I have to say on that.
All right, you go.
Thank you.
Sasha.
Sasha, do you have kids?
No, not yet. One day. I got to get married first.
Gotcha.
I will applaud all of the ladies on this panel because none of them have kids out of wedlock. So
not doing that.
You got to swallow them, girls.
Not doing that either, but if y'all want to do that, y'all can. But I'm not doing that.
Oh God. Sasha's like,
yo, JR, we might have to have another
I don't even know what we called that show. Another one of them other shows, the show where Q first came on. We might have to have another one of them shows.
Oh yeah, that was it. What's her name? The other girl that was there?
Six to
My
God.
homie Six. Yeah.
Six to God. Yeah,
That's a late night.
No. That is
Yo, but I was gone. I was just buzzing. I wasn't even tripping. I was just chilling.
Yeah, all
we
over
was
there,
drinking a lot. I think we all was
babysitting.
drinking a lot.
Yeah, I like that.
It is a holiday.
It's a holiday.
But I did hear that for Christmas there are going to be alcohol shortages, so make sure y'all stock up now.
That's true. It is. That's very true.
Get what you need
really?
now.
Yeah, that's accurate. That's accurate. That's true. She is absolutely right.
There's a whole
Hey, Sasha, what's your age? How old are you?
I am 27.
27. Okay.
Shout out to Sasha.
Yeah.
We had the response of the night.
I did.
Yeah, you said you got to marry before you carry.
She was the nicest.
Hey, Sasha, where you calling from?
Florida, West Palm.
Oh, she had that about you, Kayla.
That's not far from me at all. I'm in downtown West Palm all the time.
Hey, you and Kayla might got to link up.
Banco Cantina. I'll be there for brunch.
Oh God.
Hey, Kayla, when we come, when we come to Miami, we're gonna need a venue for that show. And Sasha, you got to make sure you come out to that live taping.
No, that's my second. You know, that's my second home, JR. So
it's gonna be pop, man. I think that's gonna be number. That might be number 3 or 4 on the list.
Yeah.
I did have another question though.
I don't know, JR, because I got a lot of when I did my Patreon meetup, they was thick on that rooftop. We was out there getting it. Go ahead.
Got a question.
So pertaining to the people that said that they would cut their child off if their child didn't do a career that they wanted. And I want to clarify this, that I don't have any problem with structure. I grew up with intense structure. Okay. But structure and control are different to me. So the question that I have is, I'm just using a friend's example who actually, I didn't remember this, and I remember the stories about being cut off by her family. If you went into the career that you wanted to go into and you were very successful, I mean, renouncedly successful, got millions of dollars now, actually, she does. Are you going to then try to pick up the relationship with her once she got the millions of dollars, or you gonna just still not deal with her because she's doing a career that you don't agree with?
You said this is for me?
Or anyone that said that they would cut their child off if their child decided not to pursue the career that they want. Because that's the only issue that I had. Literally,
what's the question again,
the only
Kayla?
issue that I had was cutting your child off because they wanted to do something else with their life. So said they went and did it. They became whoever, successful. Are you going to then try to reinitiate the relationship then? Or are you just going to still not talk to them and not deal with them?
No, listen, we got a standard. And money is not the goal. Money is
right, but they're happy and successful with what they do.
I'm gonna answer your question. Money is not the goal. So success is relative, right? The money comes along with how you get it is just as important as to whether you get it or not. There's plenty of people that are successful that went about it the wrong way, or I don't necessarily agree with how it is that they affected other people on their way up, and so on and so forth. And so there's a specific way in which you have to do it in order for it to be able to be respected in my circle. And so just because you
they did it the respectful way. They went about, I don't know, let's give
I'm not going to initiate anything.
You end up having a son.
I'm not initiating anything.
And
again,
they ended up getting drafted. Number one, what now?
A woman?
No, I say if you had a son. I was trying to think of a career because to me, football is not a dream. Football is
sons and daughters are sons and daughters are completely different. I believe that men.
So you have a daughter and she wanted to be, I don't know, a talk show host, and then she ended up being Wendy Williams. She ended up being Stephen A. type talk show host.
Oprah.
What?
Oprah. Are you going to be like, you know what? Now that you became successful, let me come back in and try to build a relationship with you?
No, because
you just going to be cut off with them for the rest of their life.
All right, hold on. Okay,
you're going to have to respect the standards that we set forth, or it's cut off. I don't care about how much money or how successful you become.
Money has to be a reflection of your greatness. It can't be the reason why you do what you do. Money comes along with it.
The family name is the standard. I think, like, I'm the biggest L7 on this panel. I've already said I wouldn't cut my daughter off. But even from the position that I sit in, I could understand as a man, husband, father, whatever, what Anton and what JR is saying. I'm confused why that's so hard to understand.
Because you're not answering the question.
I'm
asking you.
Okay, I'm gonna try to
answer the question.
You asking what you asking again?
I think the answer that you want to hear is that they wouldn't cut their daughters off.
I answered the question.
No, because that's not even the question.
Okay, what's the question again?
Literally, I said, you said the standard is
what's the question?
Particular careers, right?
With regard to me funding college, yes.
When it regards to you funding college, I'm saying they decide not to pursue the career that you have chosen. They take out loans, they pursue their own career. They become highly successful, happy, they get married, they do everything they wanted to do, and it's all on the up and up. I'm saying at that point, are you going to try to reconnect with them and make a relationship? Or are you saying because they didn't go down the path that you wanted, even though they reached a very similar sign of success, are you going to reconnect with your daughter, or are you going to just continue to not have a relationship with her for the rest of your life?
Okay, so let me be very clear. I'm not going to cut off complete communication with somebody because they choose a different career. All right. I would cut somebody off if they move specifically in a way that would disrespect the way in which we move in from a moral or character perspective. I'm saying that there are boundaries, and I think that people are willing to embrace their children just because they're their children, even though they're scumbags. I would cut you off if you don't move a specific type of way. Now, when it comes to college and education, I'm not going to continue to say, listen, you can't call me no more, right? But what I am saying is that I'm not paying for that. And if you want to do what you want to do, then you're going to have to do it outside of my house. You muted, Kayla.
So you're taking back what you said about cutting them off?
I'm not taking back what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if you're not going to do things the way that I said in my house, you're getting the piss out of my house. I'm cutting you off. And you don't have any access. You don't have no access to my resources. I'm not paying for nothing. Okay. I'm not doing any of that. If you want to say hi and what up, you can say hi and what up. I will take your phone call, but that does not mean that you have access the same way that you had access when you were doing things the right way when I'm covering you. You're not going to disrespect me. You're not going to do things outside of my rules. You're going to do it the way that I say it, or I'm cutting you off.
Okay, but earlier you said you would cut off everything. You said
I will cut off everything.
Not have any kind of relationship.
Given the right circumstances, I will cut off. I will cut off everything given the right circumstances, and I don't care if you're my daughter. That is correct.
Right, but the only thing that we spoke about tonight was in terms of the career.
My point that I'm emphasizing, or that I was emphasizing earlier, specifically is if you don't do things a specific type of way, I will cut you off. I have cut off my own brother. I don't care about our relationship. Either you're going to do it a specific type of way. And again, there's levels, right? If somebody just don't rock with you, right? I'm not going to just completely say that you're beyond forgiveness or anything like that or whatever like that, right? Like, come on, we can't go to extremes. If my daughter become a scumbag and she become for the streets or something like that, I will cut you off.
That's not what I'm talking about. Wait. Anton, I got the perfect. I'm not talking about these extremes. Let me ask you
something. Let's specific, but you use an extreme example in order to illustrate your point.
I want to chime in too.
Because you specifically said would I not no longer talk to her ever if she decided to go down a completely different career path?
2 hours ago, I asked that specifically. Kay tried to go into it over and over. Is this what you're really saying? Is this what you're really saying? And you said that's what you were saying. Now you're backpedaling and you're saying
I'm not backpedaling.
We're not going to cut off communication only if she's a bum. But if she's not a bum, but I asked you if she didn't do what you wanted.
Let's be clear. If she don't abide by my rules and she say that she gonna go out and do what she want to do, okay. If she don't abide by my rules and she say I'm gonna go off and do what I want to do, I'm not calling her. I'm not checking.
Does that mean that she's a bum?
Stop, Kayla. If you want me to answer the question, I'm gonna answer the question. I'm not calling her. I'm not calling to check on her. I'm not trying to figure out how it is that she's gonna do. But if she wanna call me, my line is still open for her to communicate. I'm not calling her. I'm cutting it off.
Okay, you said that. I'm saying,
So
all I'm asking is why is the opposite of doing exactly the way you want it done? Why is the opposite being a bum? Is there no?
I said if she's a bum or if she's for the street.
No, I didn't say anything about being a bum. I said if she chose.
Do you want the clarification or do you not? Why you answer the question and then want to answer your own question? I'm gonna let you finish your whole question.
Under your rules. I said nothing about being a bum. You said, because every time I speak about it, you keep bringing up some.
Can you answer the question? Just ask the question.
All I ask is if she does something that's not according to your rules. You said you want her in healthcare still.
Ask the question, yo. Just ask the question. What's the clear question?
I literally just asked the question.
I'm not chasing her.
I didn't say that. I said,
you specifically said earlier, if she became Oprah, if she became Wendy Williams, would you then try to reconnect and try to call her? No.
Okay. Okay. No.
Caleb, does that really answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I'm really, it's a character thing that I'm trying to see about, because I'm literally asking you, you're saying that if it's not your rules, you're cut off and there's no relationship. We went over this earlier in the show multiple times to make sure that we were hearing it correctly.
I don't think Anton has changed. I don't think he's changed his position, but here's the question that I want to ask you.
I was trying to see if that variable would change the position.
Here's the question I would ask you.
That's all I wanted to know.
Here's the question that I would ask you, because, you know, I've said before, Jack and Jill, and and you come from, I assume, a woman of a certain opulence and affluence. Yes, you're familiar with families who move in wealth and legacy. Yes, okay. The legacy is tied to what? Most times, and I know it may be the legacy most times is tied to the family name. Mm-hmm. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you're listening to is a man of affluence, influence, and wealth talk about his legacy and family name. What I'm confused at is we're almost 3 hours in and we're still asking one individual about what they would do. And I'm trying to figure out how that relates back to the audience, right? In terms
I didn't ask one individual. I asked everybody up here.
No, you asked Anton.
I said people who disagree.
No,
nobody else disagreed.
Cutting their daughters off. People who
nobody disagreed. Rilla said that he wouldn't cut his daughter off. So what are you talking about?
He did. He said he would cut her off financially.
No, he did not.
He still have a relationship with her.
No, he did not.
No, Rilla and JR said they would cut her off financially, but they wouldn't stop talking to her forever.
Exactly.
Like Anton said he would cut her off financially and stop talking to her.
Exactly.
I really want to clarify real quick, and then we're going to
that's exactly what was said.
I wouldn't completely cut my daughter off. That's what I said. I wouldn't completely.
He didn't say nothing about financially. He didn't add no context. All he said is that I wouldn't completely cut my daughter off.
Okay.
Right,
yeah,
but my question was to anyone that said they would cut their child off. Period. If you listen to the question, that's the first thing I said. If you were one of the people that agreed with cutting your child off, and they decided to go not follow your rules and go into any career path that you deemed valuable, and they went into another career path, and they were successful, happy, healthy, would you try to reconnect with them and have a relationship with them? Anton said no. I'm assuming, Rilla, your answer is?
I wouldn't cut I said I wouldn't cut my daughter completely off, but this is the part that I'm still confused on. if we understand that men bring the structure to the family, and we're saying men by and large are absent in the home and all these other different things, and if we have a man talking about structure, family, direction that he wants to take his family, I'm still confused on why this is still such a big point of contention. Because
I can
it's
ask questions
like,
if I want to. You're asking me why I'm asking questions?
That's not, fam,
I
listen.
don't think he said nothing personal. I just think he's just talking about in
all
general.
day long, twice on Sundays. I'm not tripping on that. I'm cool. You can ask questions from the rooter to the tutor, bookie boo boo. I could care less. My
Okay, so what do you say?
My point is, ma'am, how does this all relate back to the audience when from 3 hours we're talking to one specific man who's talking about wealth building and legacy with his family? And if you go back and watch this, it's gonna look like you're advocating to, like, his daughter, like she's her own woman. When she's 22, she's gonna be her own woman. You have no control. Like, we're almost trying to convince him that he needs to change his mind.
I'm not trying to convince him.
I'm
having dialogue and I'm asking questions. Are you policing me? What are you doing?
Hold on, y'all. Hold on tight. Go ahead, Kay.
What? We're having dialogue. We're asking questions. You're telling me we're talking about this too long. Like, you get to control the conversation and what we talk about, how long we talk about it. So I'm trying to figure out, are you policing the conversation?
Damn, I said I'm concerned about the audience.
Relax. No, we can't take anything personally.
It's not personal.
We're speaking in general.
You're making it personal by asking me why I'm continuing the dialogue.
Well,
that we're having.
I know you asked the question, so I kind of want to chime in on it a little bit. So I actually had a conversation with my son, right? He's 16, right? And he's in this rap producing type of mindset. And it's blowing me because so the conversations that I'm having with him is that it's all about percentage, right? It's all about setting yourself up. So if you want to do that, okay, that's fine. But what else are you doing? Your primary focus can't strictly be just this. This is not your plan when you finish high school, is this. So you have to start investing, right? One of the things I'm gonna get him for Christmas is I'm gonna get him a brokerage account, right? And I'm teaching him, but you also have to do some other things that's gonna be able to be consistent. So if one thing fails, then at least you have something else to fall back on. Like, you can't just be sitting here thinking it's just going to be rapper. So let's just say hypothetically he decides to be a rapper, right? And I'm assuming your question is, what if he is successful? Then what? Does that change everything, right? That's the question you're asking.
That's exactly the
question. That's luck. You know, I literally told him it's so many people that are talented rappers that don't make it. It's so many people that are cold ass basketball players that don't get drafted. Same thing with any other sport. They just don't make it. So you have to look at percentages on who makes it. It's really like a once in a life chance to be able to get the opportunity. Even though you see people do it every day, it's still once in a life chance, because you look at who's trying to make it and who actually make it, then you will see the odds are slim. So if he was to become a successful rapper, right, I'm not cutting him off completely. I'm not cutting him off. You know, he's my son. He'll always be my son. But it's just like if he's not listening, it's like that. You just don't fucking listen. Like, you probably have to distance yourself. But if he does make something out of it, then there's still some coaching that still needs to be done. It still needs to be like, okay, you made it. I get it. But this is what you need to do, because you don't know how long this is going to last. So that parent mode still kicks in. And it's like, I still have to continue to guide him, so to speak. He's an adult, but I'm going to still advise him because I just want him to make the right decisions. I'm going to leave it also. The difference is that he's grown, right? I'm going to give you the advice. If you don't like it, so what? Take what you need from it and then keep it moving. That's why I advise everybody. If you don't like it, just listen. Same thing here. You may not like what we're saying, but just listen. If it makes sense, take what you need from it and apply it to your life. If it don't, then throw the rest of the shit away.
Yeah,
but the thing is that, like, the percentage of him making it as a rapper versus him making it in something he can control. Like, you can control you becoming, let's say, a nurse, right? RN, you know, my daughter, if she wants to be, or my son, if he wants to be an RN, 9 times out of 10, you're going to have a decent job. A rapper, you may not make it. So if you want to pursue, if you want to pursue those things, then at least have some backup plans in place so that you can play around with it. because I'm not going to be fully vested in you saying I want to make beats and be a rapper. It's just not going to happen, because I feel like I'm a fail as a father. I cannot accept that. So then when you say, well, what if they want to do this? It's like, I can't support that fully. Am I going to not? If you want to do it as leisure, that's fine, but you have to have like 2 or 3 other things in place as a backup, because the percentage is you're not going to be successful according to the data.
No, I get where you're coming from. I agree. I just feel like stuff like being in the NFL and rapping and stuff like that are like kind of fantasies. They're not necessarily dreams. Like, just like Cliff said on that show a few times ago, that his dream was to have a construction company. Like, people have dreams and want to pursue careers that aren't like being a celebrity. So when I'm talking about picking another career, I'm not sure why it always goes to being a celebrity. I just mean generally any other career. There's lots of other careers out there to do.
But you know what? That's such BS, because then you use all of your friends.
It always goes to celebrities, but I wasn't speaking about any type of celebrity careers, JR. I was talking just about some other career that's normal that they are passionate about. That's not healthcare, STEM, or
that is cap.
Being an attorney.
She literally listed all of her friends that pursued all of their dreams and became dancers and all of this other type of stuff.
Yeah, I listed other things too, like insurance agents, finance agents. You should go back.
Every single bro, I'm the one that reviewed every single show.
And you should
every single person that you listed that day.
I also spoke a very long time about an insurance broker. I actually did a whole story about her. So
every single person that you listed that day was somebody's personal assistant. They danced for Pitbull. All of these different things.
Again,
you gonna sit here and act like that's not what you said.
I literally just said we're not talking about celebrities, and you come back on camera talking about celebrities again. Like,
I am talking about celebrities the same way that you got in your masculine energy and said what really can't tell you.
This isn't personal.
Remember when you said what really can't tell you in your masculine energy? You can't tell me what to say.
No, you can say whatever you want, but you're not.
I know I can.
You're not.
I know I can.
You're not on topic.
Yes, I am on topic.
You're not. You came back.
When JR just specifically highlighted how his son is trying to
pursue. To JR, I'm not talking about being a rapper, being an NFL player. Those things are fantasies because the percentages are so low. I was talking about other careers that just may not align with what you specifically want. And I brought up Cliff and I brought up construction. So you are still reaching, trying to find something. And that's not what I said. Maybe you should.
Nah, fam. When I told the little homie.
Now you want to be back. So you're back.
When I told the little homie.
What else is going on?
When I told the little homie, and I said, and he was 17 years old, and I said, F your dreams. I'm saying F because I told my chick I'm going to stop cussing after Thanksgiving. I said, F your dreams. Q, don't you look like that. Don't you look like that. When I said F your dreams, when I said F your dreams, she went on a whole tangent about how people should truly chase their dreams, whatever it is. Matter of fact, she specifically told him, don't let anybody tell you that you can't do anything that you want to do. She didn't specify it and say it's construction and insurance dreams. She didn't do any of that. She said
whatever dream you want.
Ma'am, are you going to continue to talk over me the whole night? Ma'am, can I please finish my sentence?
Sir.
Ma'am.
Sir. You ready?
Well, am I ready for what? Can I please finish my sentence?
I was talking.
No, you weren't.
I was.
What the fuck? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
Nobody got time for that.
She should charge you every time you curse. Charge you every time you curse.
Put some money in the curse jar.
Yeah, curse jar, exactly.
That's what I had growing up.
Not there. Trying to
$5. You said it twice.
Yeah,
$10.
It's coming to an end, man. It's time to get back to that.
JR, I clearly told this man, yo, in your spare time, you work on whatever your craft is, whatever you're passionate about. But when it comes to you becoming a man, you need to go and secure that bag because it's a means to an end and you need to be able to feed yourself and thrive regardless. Right? If you love it that much, be able to. And she literally was debating me down to the ground, and then she was citing all of her friends that was with the famous people and somebody's assistant. somebody's makeup artist, and all of this other bull crap, bro.
What?
She capping.
I don't think they would say their lives are bullcrap, but okay.
She was capping. She was capping.
I was
bro.
capping. All those
You
people.
capping. You were capping just a few minutes ago. Just a few minutes ago.
All I can say is I can't wait for the tour. I can't
Just
wait
a
for
few
the tour.
minutes ago, you were capping about what it is that you sold as a dream and a career and what people
on that show, did I
versus what you were saying the other day. I don't know your friend, so I don't know who
Did
you're.
I
Who
or
they are.
did I not speak about the insurance agent on that show?
Rita, this girl is out of
I
her
did.
mind. She literally is out of her mind.
I did.
This is crazy.
Oh.
What are you on about? What are you doing? What are you doing?
You will
What is wrong with you?
All right, Sasha Miller, we got to get up off of here. Sasha.
What is wrong with you?
Thank you.
You'll be okay.
Do you rewatch these
I
shows?
swear to God, you'll be all right.
Do you rewatch these shows? Honestly,
I swear
you
to
watch
God,
the
you'll be
clips?
all right. Actually, I did go back and watch that because me and my mom had a conversation about it, and the insurance agent I know about, my mom knows, and we specifically spoke about it. So if you don't watch the shows that you make the titles for, then maybe you should go back and watch them. But I specifically spoke about that lady, and my mom brought it up to me. So if you don't remember, then maybe you should go back and look. But it's there, sweetie. Ow.
You see her? Do you see her, Rita? Are you watching this?
Is Rita coming on the show? Otherwise, talk to us, Anton. We're here for you.
You see it? You see, she can't stop herself. She cannot stop herself.
I can't,
Ooh.
Anton. I'm gonna keep going too. What you gonna
No,
do?
we ain't got all night tonight. We ain't got all night.
You gonna deal? That's what
Yeah.
you do.
Hey, if you guys tuning in, we appreciate you guys for tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk. It's been a great show, man. I definitely enjoyed it, man. Went a little bit longer than anticipated, but hey, you never know what you're gonna get. This is the greatest show ever. Make sure you guys hit that
Hold on,
like
JR.
button.
Before you close this out, let me say this one more thing. Okay, I'm laying this catastrophe at your feet. This is your doing. No, Kay. This is your doing.
I have literally sat in silence for the past hour and a half.
No.
I don't know.
Hold on. Kay. Listen. You have nurtured this. You have finessed it. You have promoted it. You have
Are you saying I'm
encouraged
the alpha?
Yes,
Am
you
I the
are.
alpha here?
You are the wolf in what's the name of that movie with Liam
Look
Neeson?
at you and her water. I cannot.
What's the name of that wolf? What's the name of that movie where it was like
But the fact that he's trying to give you credit for me, Kay, that's so.
But this is
the movie with Liam Neeson when it was like cold. And
it's the thing that he. Yeah.
No one can take the credit but me.
No,
Liam
Kayla,
Neeson.
you are your own person. I've had this exact conversation before about another person. People always try to say that I'm doing something. Like, am I the alpha here?
No, because they think that you're like some anecdotal person.
He's the mastermind of all of these women.
Professor X.
No, Kay's from Venus.
That like
Professor X out
Kay,
here.
listen.
I'm controlling minds. I know
Kay,
Anton
No,
last
Kay's from
time-
Jupiter.
Okay,
Professor
listen.
X.
I'm laying. Not only listen, I'm about to go a step further. I shouldn't even say that. This is my own personal feelings. What I'm saying right now is not the thoughts of the Lapeef show or JR himself.
Hey, please don't say she the alpha.
Oh my
Please don't say
goodness.
she the alpha.
Let me tell you something. I'm laying at the feet of Kay. Every woman that has been ruined on this show, every single one of them.
So people can't just have their own.
Q,
That's funny.
land to my bosom. Do not go
Q,
that
don't
way.
listen to him because he
Don't
is
give her.
just-
Don't give her your number. Don't follow her back on Instagram. Don't you respond to a DM. Q, don't you do it. K is going to take control and ruin you.
You see,
Don't
that's
do it.
insulting.
No,
to
Island.
women.
As long as
She already has my
As
number.
you agree with him, you'll stay on his
Kay
side.
already-
But the first time you came on, when you were just
Me and Q are already like
you the
in
same way
alignment.
you
You
No,
in
she already,
contact with
no,
Kay?
that's how she already got him. She already
You
got
in
him.
contact with Kay?
She already got her.
We already have each other's
Because of
numbers.
financial,
Like-
I was helping her. I was giving her
We
advice.
were
That's
talking
how
about
it starts,
Oh.
Q. And then she gonna say,
Kind of look like Kay got an army now.
that's how it
Anton.
starts, Q. And then she gonna say,
Kay
You're
got an
"How you
army.
doing, girl? How you doing today?"
No, but for
Anton.
real, you're insulting these
All
women.
these girls are
by-
different.
You're
Dude,
insulting
I've seen
them
it happen.
by saying that they're not real people
I've seen it
that
happen.
can think for themselves. What? They
What?
all had their personalities
Let's
and
just
their
have a
thoughts
conversation.
way before they knew
Let's
me.
just have a conversation.
Don't
Okay.
do it, Q. Stay.
They are. When y'all
Listen.
like when we
I feel like they're both different though. Kay and Kayla are both different. The
They
other girls
all
might have
felt.
been betas.
They all felt the
the girls
same
might have
way
been
coming up.
betas
Listen,
and
Q.
followed.
Q. We've been doing this for a long time, baby girl. Trust me. Kay is the mastermind behind all of this. She is the one that's working all of her magic behind this.
She the
I think
Powerpuff?
it's me and JR.
I am
You know what,
Professor
man,
X.
JR, it is Kay. Kay is the
Anton is
one that's doing it.
Magneto.
Listen,
Anybody
I'm
that's in
Professor
Clubhouse,
X.
there's a
Kay
ton
is
of people that's
Magneto.
on Clubhouse with me
Magneto.
on
I
the
didn't say that other
daily
word.
that know that this is exactly who I am. Even
Hey,
though
I'm laying this
they
at your feet.
So
Just know this.
I don't change.
Yo,
I
I
don't
don't change
say
for
that.
no.
Exactly.
I'll probably argue
Q
with
and
Anton next
Kayla,
week.
they trying to
Look at her.
Anton
Look
next
at her.
week.
She doing it
existence as
now.
human beings for some reason.
Well, y'all, let's just have a conversation.
Y'all have been people before me. Y'all.
Listen.
This
I'm fighting for
You say
Q.
Rilla?
I'm fighting for
You say Rilla?
But Kayla has
Don't fall
already
for
been
it. Just be
infected.
yourself.
Kayla's been
You're
infected.
gonna be the next Powerpuff.
Infected.
Language. That's disrespectful. I don't like
Kayla's already been
No,
infected.
you need
with
to figure
the,
out another
with-
soundbite because I don't like that soundbite. That's not.
Look at her. Look at her. She can't stop herself.
It's not cute.
Appreciate y'all. Make sure to hit that like button on the way out. Happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your friends and family. Thanks for tuning in. Membership is open. Make sure you hit that join button. Also, subscribe to the channel. Appreciate you guys tonight, man. You guys are awesome. Appreciate the panel. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I see y'all. Thank you. Look at y'all. Hey.
Hey, turn that camera back off.
No. You look, I'm Professor X and you're Magneto. We're just out here like having different goals for the X-Men. I'm trying to figure out what's going on, Anton.
You are not. You are the first mutant. What was the first mutant that tried to take and ruin all of the other mutants?
The first mutant.
You know what I'm talking about, Chicago? He was the blue guy.
Chicago, you're like,
I'm Professor X trying to save these people, and you.
I'm Professor X. You. Well, I'm. Oh my god.
It's too early. I can't believe
Not
it's time
this
to get up
commercial.
already, but that's okay.
Look at his
A man's
socks.
morning routine is everything. The first thing I do is I head to the washroom. My focus, brushing my teeth, my beard, and my skin. Tej Hanley, uncomplicated skincare for men, has changed my life. The face wash, the scrub, the super serum, the eye cream, the AM PM moisturizer has people giving me compliments left and right about my skin. At the beginning of each week, twice a week, I massage the scrub into my face and then I rinse. Every other day, I use the face wash. I put it into the palm of my hands and I spread it evenly across my entire face and my head. The Tej face wash keeps the pores clean and also removes all oil. My favorite part about Tej Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really make the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin easy. And because Tej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click the first link in the description, and not only will you get Tej Hanley for the best possible price, but they also give you a free gift with your first box. Click that link and get started today for just $30.
JR, when you're putting on your eye cream, pat it in. Don't rub it all around.
Yeah, you gotta pat.
You gotta pat it.
With the
I ain't
middle
with all
finger,
that,
and
man.
then you tap, tap,
I
tap,
ain't with
tap,
all
tap,
that. I
tap,
ain't with
tap,
all. That's
tap,
what y'all
tap,
women
tap.
do,
Little
man.
Cardi B
We men
says
over here.
tap, tap.
It's what people with skin
We
should
men
do.
over here.
No, but even
Hey,
if you
trying to
went,
it's
help
still
you.
Thanksgiving, right?
even if you went to an esthetician, that's what they would do. When
You
when
pat, pat, pat.
when you
Okay,
get
spell
facial,
Take
esthetician.
notes.
Spell it. Spell it.
esthetician.
Yeah, spell it.
I don't know how to spell it off the top
Oh,
of my head.
exactly.
What does that
We
mean?
trying
I
to
grew
help
up with
you.
spell
We
check.
trying to help
I grew up. I've had
Okay,
spell
keep
check
on
since
rubbing,
fifth
JR.
grade.
Leave them. Just let them.
JR,
I'm not
do you see our
rubbing.
skin? All our skin skins. We're trying to help.
Hey, long as it blend in, it's fine.
But if I were to,
you gotta pat.
But if I were to send him to a spa for a facial, he would go.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, send it. I'll go. Yeah, send it my way. Hey,
To an
you know what?
esthetician to do your facial.
Hey, Kayla, I like what you're talking right now. Connect with me. I'll take you up on that offer.
Oh, now you like
I'll
her.
take you up on that
now
offer.
you like her. Exactly.
Hey, Q, get ready because the first live show gonna be in Houston.
Oh really? When?
Oh wait, that's where you live?
Spring.
You live in Houston, Q?
We're looking at like
I
March.
didn't think you lived in Florida.
I live in
March,
Houston.
April.
Wait, why you make that face about spring in Texas?
Spring is far.
No. What I said was that the live show is gonna be spring or March next year.
In March. Oh. In
I
March.
said spring
Okay.
or March or April.
Oh, I thought you was talking about spring Texas.
Thanksgiving be having everybody texting your phone. What?
They be like, "How you doing?
I hope your mom's still doing what." Nigga, get off
How's the
my
family?"
phone.
See, that's why I block exes. I don't want none of those type of messages.
No, I mean I'm not mad about it. He's a good guy. We're just not compatible. And
Okay.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, just make sure you pat, and not rub.
Okay.
Pat.
Okay, I don't know about all that. But I definitely appreciate y'all, man. Make sure y'all enjoy the rest of y'all holidays if you do celebrate it. And
Did you make something, JR?
Did I make some? I had seafood.
Me too. I made seafood pasta.
Yeah, I saw that.
That sounds good.
JR, during the tour,
my family love my seafood.
On the tour situation, am I allowed to physically fight Anton, or is that off the table? No, I'm just playing.
Well,
yes,
because of you guys, because you guys beef.
I don't fight, but
because of you guys beef, I had to hire security for you guys individually. So, I'm
well, you know I'm bigger than Anton, so I don't think you need.
Whoa! What
Chicago,
Taylor, you look
back in like
stop.
Wait, what? I look.
I'm not saying anything.
I say Kayla.
I know, but I'm just saying. I'm just.
Oh no, I'm not
making it
skinny.
clear.
I'm very muscular over here and tall.
Yeah, you ain't been on Kayla's IG. Is it? Are we in after hours yet?
Mm-hmm.
Kayla, how do you
Just
know
a commercial?
How do you
Wait,
know
what?
Lil Jon?
How do I know Little John?
Yeah.
I met he was playing for somebody in a show I was performing, and he was somebody's he was in the band for
yeah.
I did, and we
just
became Instagram friends, and we just stayed cool since then. And anytime I'm in town, he sends me backstage tickets to come to the shows.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's
not you watching her followers.
I know.
It's probably mutual. It's probably mutual, and when you go to the page, it says
hold on. Let me kill this because
Island, get ready.
No, because if you
he was like, oh, let's see who she follows. Sorry, go ahead, sir.
No, it's not like that. You know how it is when you go to somebody's page. It tells you of your followers who also follows them.
Or mutual or whatever. Yeah.
That's not even it. It was he commented on something, and I was like, oh, she knows.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, on my page.
Yeah,
he's so.
Oh, so you're going to her comments.
Like somebody following
Island, you gotta find a way.
What
so you go through her comments.
Maybe he was going to comment, Island.
I mean,
I
like
comments
too. So
y'all can comment on my pictures.
I do that too.
I love comments.
No, when you scroll down on IG, it's very clear. When you scroll down and it's somebody of mutual friends,
it shows you their comment. Yeah,
I know. I'm fucking with you, Rilla.
He was getting so tight.
It's okay to go through people's comments. I do that too.
Because them jokers be trying to roast. Oh, really stalky Kayla? Nah, nigga.
He wasn't really
going through her followers.
But if you were Rilla, that's okay.
No. I mean,
it's okay.
most of y'all, I peeped the IG after like the first or second show y'all was on, so I peeped that. But I was just like, oh, she know the fam. So she may be a
He went Pete.
He
vetted.
You.
Pete.
Did you cook something today, Rilla?
Oh, you know better than that.
Okay. Well, in my house, the men did the grilling and the frying of the turkey.
Man, nah, it wasn't that type of time, man. My girl, she started cooking Saturday. But she cooked for the fam.
Saturday.
Man, she cooked for the fam. She cooked.
I don't know if that food would pass the safety.
What's her
Saturday,
Oh.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Do y'all understand jokes, metaphors? Do y'all understand?
Oh, you just playing.
Okay.
I didn't know if you were serious.
Pablo, I can joke back with you. I'm not saying that your woman is out here poisoning people. I would just joking back.
That fire, Kay.
Why do you have to get so
Kay, where you switch up to? Where you switch up to, Kay?
I didn't know.
Where are the rotas? Where is Maddie and Scar?
I didn't hear Kay at all this evening, and I don't like that.
I don't like it either.
Yeah, Kay. I don't like you was quiet.
Kay
Why
was
was
just
you
sitting
quiet?
in the
Don't let
cut.
these black men silence you.
Yes.
Okay, so what you gotta say?
Yes. What you want to say, girl?
So next show, I better hear that mouth. That's what they
Oh,
talking about.
look, I tried to.
That's what the people come for. They come for
I
that.
tried to, you know.
I said what I said.
I tried to do it all the time, but I don't know if I can hold this 2 weeks in a row. So next week, y'all better be ready.
We do got to talk about these shows because in December it's going to get really tight, people.
That's going to get tight.
Oh, Island. I'm going to be in Jamaica on the 15th.
You with the selfie.
Huh?
She look like she taking a selfie.
Oh no, I'm listening to her. It's because I'm
I'm
emails.
gonna be in Montego Bay on the 15th to the 20th. Let me not tell the details of it just in case.
All right.
Oh no, I'm not from Jamaica.
Accommodations, Kayla.
Yeah, no, you don't need to know that. But I'm gonna be there for like a week, so I want some advice on like, I don't know if you know. I know you're from Trinidad, but if you do know,
I'm from St. Croix, but I'm half Trinidadian. My father's from Trinidad.
Oh, okay.
I
Never mind.
From the Virgin Islands.
Kayla.
Never mind. I guess I'll ask some other island people. But I just wanted to find some
I don't
like
even know Jamaica.
I want to find some stuff like off the resort, like local stuff.
Margaritaville.
Margaritaville. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same chain, right?
Jamaica. What do you mean?
Margaritaville, like the one that's in Vegas, the one that's in
I haven't been to the one
Miami.
in Vegas. The one in Jamaica, you can jump. It's like a restaurant, and then you can jump off the cliff and go into the body of water.
Oh yeah,
So
I want to do that. That sounds fun.
Yeah, go to Margaritaville. It's fun.
Yeah, y'all gonna miss me that week because I'm, I don't know how the internet connection is gonna be like in Jamaica.
Wait,
it's gonna be fucked.
It's gonna be slow.
You said resort. You staying at Sandals?
Yeah. No.
Oh, so you'll have good.
The people don't need to know where I'm staying.
Oh, my bad.
You're like, yeah, no,
not Sandals. Some other unknown destination.
No, on the resort, it should have good Wi-Fi. The resorts and stuff have good Wi-Fi.
Oh, they do? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Depending where you stay. Yeah.
Yes. And then for New Year's, I don't know what our schedule's like then, but I'll be in Belize, so we have to figure that out as well. Hopefully the internet's good there as well. So,
Taylor, you are
just, I love you. Your bouginess. Can you just own your bouginess?
Did I not the last show?
I'm trying to fit.
Kayla has been very.
When Anton wanted to try to call me out about when I was talking about people living in excess, I thought I was pretty transparent when I said
that you bougie.
I'm not denying the excess,
and even on our show on Monday,
not denying it.
Kayla acknowledged it.
I keep it in context, you know what I'm saying? Just because like when I was telling you guys on that last show, I do have friends that personally work for the DOD and a majority, and they travel the world doing work for America. And a lot of the world is
Department of Defense.
It's bad, y'all. We very blessed to live in this country. It's traumatic out there. Like 2/3 of the world is. So
let me ask you this, Kayla.
I recognize that. I understand the privilege. Mm-hmm.
Since this is after hours,
what's up?
I kind of know where Q may go based on her answers earlier. But Kayla and Kay, do you think young men should follow their dreams?
What kind of question is
I personally do, because once you're older, you can't be following your dreams.
Right. So
when you're 17, you a kid, you got plenty of time to figure it out. When you're 32 and you got a family of 3 to feed, you can't be figuring out your dreams and be like, I came to a realization. No, sir. No, sir.
Got you. So, but do you think the young man would be better served preparing for that family of 3 as opposed to following his dream. And
See,
the only
this
reason
is
why I ask it that way, wait, Kay. And I do.
I've been
I do
waiting for 2 hours.
I know, and I want to hear you because I know you deal with kids in a different way that I deal with kids, right? But I know the kids or the young adults that I've dealt with, they don't see anything beyond their dreams.
What is JR doing? Yeah, I mean, Chicago, I get what you're saying because you're like, well, if it's some dream, like, you know, that might not be, like, I think Kayla mentioned earlier, like,
fantasies,
professional athletes and rappers and stuff like that.
Fantasies.
But wait. Then I would ask, when is the last time, Kayla, I would ask Kayla, when is the last time you talked to a young man and asked him what is his dream?
A young man?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
I don't really deal with young people.
Okay. Not even young women?
Well, yeah, women. But I don't really, interacting with young men, the only people that are like people in my family. But like, I honestly don't interact with like that many young people.
Go ahead, Kay. Go ahead, because I know you have a lot to weigh in on the subject.
Okay. And I just want to make it very clear. Did y'all notice that if I don't jump in, I never get to talk? Like the only way for me to speak is jumping in. I just want people to understand where that evolved from.
I see.
Thank you.
Nope.
But because it's hour 3 minute 15, like, okay, but Chicago, you're saying should young men follow their dreams? I think that there is, and actually I talked to someone else about this a while back on a show. Eugene, me and Eugene kind of talked about this. There has to be that infrastructure within the family that kind of leads you to or directs you to certain types of things. And it's not like, oh, it's just STEM, but just how to utilize the things that you want to do. So let's say you want to be a great teacher. Okay. Let's say you want to be a great professor. People might say like, oh, getting your degree in philosophy or English or whatever. You could be a professor with, you know, but they might say like, don't do that. But you have to have that family and that social infrastructure there to guide you in the right direction. I don't think any degree is necessarily a waste of time. There are people making tons of money and being successful with every single degree there is. It's just, did anyone tell you what to do after you got your psychology degree, which I have one, or your sociology degree, or how to take this further into a career that can be sustainable for your life? It's not just, oh, you know, should you follow your dreams or not? Because I mean, yeah, there should be, I think JR was saying earlier, like, you know, about his son being a producer or something. Absolutely. I think that those types of things should be supported, but there should also be a plan. There should also be a plan B. There should also be something that you can do if that doesn't work out.
Yeah. Can I ask you this, Kay? Do you the ladies, do you all concede that men, fathers, husbands, uncles, brothers think differently than y'all?
Do you see that you're not the representative for men, fathers, brothers?
No, I don't.
No, I mean, you're not the ultimate.
Wait, Kay. Wait.
Dr. Robotnik.
No, wait, Kay. Let me answer your question. No, I don't see that I'm not representative of them, because here's the difference. I'm objective enough to take in information and say, here's where I missed it. Here's where I made it. Here's where I got new information, and I can adjust accordingly.
Mm-hmm.
I can adjust accordingly.
JR.
So,
and as you should.
Is a hopeful. Right. So here's the point, Kay. Because,
but you're saying like men don't agree with y'all. Plenty of men do agree.
Say that. I said men think differently.
And plenty of men don't. Plenty of men actually agree with what's been said.
No, they don't.
Again, you're not the representative of all men.
Wait. So you think
that was my point.
Wait. You think majority of men are telling?
Now we talk about majority. I don't know what.
Are y'all debating percentages of men that agree with who?
I don't know what he's debating,
Is
but
there a way we can do a poll on this?
He tried to generalize. But honestly, if we took a poll in this specific audience that watches this show, it's not a representative. I don't think it's a representative sample.
You are bugging.
Because not every comment, but majority of the comments are the same, which means those people have the same thought process, which means there's not diversity. Okay.
Just really quick. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Just really quick. This is the thing that bugs me out. I deal with young men. What are we talking about, Kay? You sitting up here saying, wait, you're sitting up here saying I'm not representative of something that I see every day. Every day. I'm dealing with young boys every day that run around and talk about they want to be rappers, athletes, entertainers.
Fantasies.
Right? And I said men think differently than y'all. I didn't say men disagree.
Okay, are we talking about men or young boys? Can we be clear about that first?
Okay.
No, for real, because you're talking about men, little boys say they want to be rappers. Okay, fine.
All show. Let's get into it all.
No. Can you answer that?
So
what are you talking about?
Okay, which part would you rather dissect first? Because
I want you to be clear on what you're saying.
Compartmentalize it. So you want to talk about the young men first, or do you want to talk about the grown men that you say I don't?
First, you said boys talking about their athletes,
right?
Then you said
I'm with you.
Men, men and young boys aren't the same people, Chicago. So can you tell me who do you want to focus on? We can start there. No, you tell me. For real.
Nah, okay. I know you've been waiting to get a couple things.
No. Don't do this where you try to like.
No.
Okay, which one do you want to talk about?
No. Whichever one you want to talk about first.
Okay, let's talk about when you said young boys.
Okay, let's go there.
5 minutes, man.
Okay. When you said young boys, what ages are you talking about? And then say what you were saying.
No. Listen.
You just asked me. Now you're saying no.
We need to wait. We need to place an age limit on young boys.
I mean, young boys already has an age limit.
Wait.
So are you saying under 8?
She's wanting to know what's considered.
You know what I immediately thought about?
Not young boys.
R. Kelly when they said, well, you know.
No, I'm saying. Are you saying under? Are you saying under? Are you saying 15 to 18? Are you talking about 5 to 9?
You don't know what a young boy is?
5 to 9.
5 to 9. Okay.
I'm an island
Let's
boy.
use 5 to 12. So Chicago,
17-year-old is not a young boy.
So Chicago, if you're talking about young boys, 5 to 12.
17 to 18 is a young boy for you, Q?
18 and under is young boy to me.
Oh,
no. That's what I'm saying. Do you see what is going on? That's why I asked Chicago to clarify.
She just wants to know what is a young boy. What age is a young boy?
What do you think?
Okay.
Which ones are you talking to?
The ones that are not legally adult. Let's say the ones that are not legally adults. It's going
okay. So anybody under 18.
Okay, so let's go.
Or under.
Okay. So the young boys under the age of 18 are telling you they want to be athletes and rappers. Now what?
I think he's trying to say that for some reason it's dangerous for people like me to say follow your dreams
People
because
like
they're
you.
dreams.
No, Kayla, don't do that. I didn't say people like you.
Okay.
But go ahead.
I'm just saying. I'm just sounding like you're saying because he hears this rhetoric from boys, he doesn't feel like it's progressive for the community. If boys are saying, "I want to be rappers and athletes," and I'm telling them to go for their dreams, but I get what he's saying. But that's why I always clarify between dreams and fantasies. We know what the ratio is when it comes to being in entertainment and being an athlete.
The likelihood of becoming an NFL player.
Normal people things like wanting to be a business owner or wanting to be, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like something.
But that can still be their dream though.
But that's what I'm saying. Don't you think that's a valid dream to say, hey, I want to
listen.
I
Kayla,
want to
I specifically
own
asked you who were the young
care
boys
business
that you talked to.
and
okay, so
$100,000 a year.
Forget the conversation we were just having. Is it over? I'm just trying to see if I should just. I don't understand.
I'm so proud of you, Kay.
Don't do that.
I'm so proud of you, Kay.
JR, I got a ton to say to you off camera. So be ready, JR.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
You're gonna make some time. You're gonna make some time, JR. Chicago, though, I don't understand. Like, what? every time someone asks a question, people want to just change it all around into some other thing. All I wanted to know, you said, I'm around, you got really passionate. You're like, I'm around young boys all day. Okay, what age are those boys? That's all I wanted to know.
No, you said what age are we talking about?
Because you like, I'm with boys, young boys. You said that.
So the young men that I traditionally deal with are, what, sixth grade is what, 11?
Yeah.
Sixth grade is 11?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 11 to 18. Those are the young men that I'm dealing with.
Okay, 11 to 18.
I say young men.
Okay, fine.
Okay, so
11 to 18. Now, what is the claim you're making?
I'm asking, my initial question was about asking if it's okay to tell them to follow their dreams. Now, when I talk to them, wait, because you asked, when I talk to them, by and large, their dreams are not what y'all are saying. Somebody having a dream about owning a construction company. Somebody else having a dream about
where do you talk to them? Because I've been in education for over a decade, and I would say the vast majority are not saying that they want to be rappers and football players.
Are you serious?
Yes. And I've been in education over a decade.
Well, maybe they are in Chicago. Maybe they are in the inner streets of Chicago, but I don't hear that from young men around me.
Well, I heard that in Texas. These boys look up to these ugly ass rappers, Lil Wayne.
Y'all are wild.
So are y'all really saying that in 2021 that the young people y'all see are saying, I just want to be a rapper? That's what y'all are really.
They want to be an athlete. They want to be the next LeBron, the next Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I feel like this is really stereotyping.
But Kay,
I feel like it's really stereotyping.
Kay, there are a lot of kids
wait.
I agree, Kayla. There are lots that do.
But that's all they see as success around them.
There are lots that
around them. They don't look up to lawyers. They don't look up to doctors. They don't look up to real estate agents, brokers, professors.
What is this telling you about young black boys?
Oh, yeah. I see you, Q. I see you. Go ahead. I see you, Q.
Get it out, Q.
Look at Q.
I
means it's right in frame. She was like,
so Kay, what do you think?
I'm ordering a bottle of Creed.
What do you think that can be done?
Look, Thanos said it's over.
I was just trying to figure out if this is such a problem, Rilla.
Kayla, let's talk about it Monday for real.
Yeah, we can talk about it Monday. How are we going to change what these young people are looking up to? We have to change their perspective.
Talk about the young girls. No, talk about the
girls and boys. Because girls out here want to be city girls. Those girls need to get on the right track, just like these boys that want to be rappers.
Yeah, I need y'all to talk about the young girls.
I'm just saying that I think that a lot of people stereotype a lot of kids and don't have actual conversations with them and ask what they want to do. Because if you really go, Chicago, please look, Chicago, we'll talk.
I'm with you, Kay. I'm with you.
My friend's daughter wants to be a famous tattoo artist.
There are plenty of, I think the stereotypical answer is, all black kids want to do this and that. I don't think that's the reality for everyone or most even.
I don't know if that's
even if you go to a classroom and say, hey, what do you want to be when you grow up? You really think most are going to say a rapper?
You're
watching too much TV. Come on.
Wait, hold on.
Hey,
wait.
In your class,
hey, y'all time is up.
This is what they're saying.
No. Wait. Let me say this. Because I don't listen. I ain't finna play these games, Kay. Now we gonna have a conversation.
Play these games.
You could say from your experience and the kids.
Absolutely, which is exactly what you're doing.
Get a Rilla. Get a Rilla.
To the south side.
Get a Rilla.
What are you talking about?
Ooh.
What we doing here? Get a Rilla.
Chicago, I understand.
Why? Because y'all be playing with these young boys, and these little niggas out here doing the worst.
There's a vein popping out of the top of your head.
And I don't care where it's popping.
Okay,
his vein go like this.
Chicago, I would actually love to have more longer conversations.
I can't wait for the tour, man. Hey, Houston, our first stop.
That thing pop.
Houston, our first stop.
I'm just saying that you can't get caught up in this. They all want to be rappers and basketball players. That's very stereotypical. I've already said in my experience, in my observation, as a person who's been in education for a while, in my observation, I've said that That's not what I observed. Now, if everybody you've ever seen says that they want to be rappers and athletes, okay, that's your observation. I'm just saying, is that really your observation, or is that something you're stereotypically saying? I'm just trying to find out.
Okay,
you live in Chicago, I can believe it.
Wait, hold on. Listen, let me say this real quick. Let me be clear. I've been on the west side and I've been on the south side. I literally said I had 2 educators in here exchanging war stories, right?
Okay. What does that have to do with what we're talking about? In terms of the profession,
you act like, and this.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about in terms of professions that kids say they want to be?
This is the thing that kills me.
Well, kids that usually aren't disciplined aren't really.
No, but this is the thing that kills me.
Great careers.
Look at JR just putting everyone in the middle.
Like you don't understand nothing.
How about you explain it?
Okay, let me walk you through it then, Bookie.
Thank you.
So again, I've been from the west side of Chicago.
Okay.
In schools, including elementary, including high school, right? All the way back to the south side, including my alma mater, Corliss.
Okay.
You know what's the first thing I asked? What do you want to do? You know what the answers I get?
What?
Rapper, entertainer, athlete.
What?
Right? Then when I say, no, hey. Well,
can I ask you one question before you go
wait, hold on.
No, we got to know the sample size. How many kids
now
did you
we
say?
got to know the sample size.
No, because that's important. That's important.
I tell you what, Kay, as an educator, give us your sample size.
We have a K-8 school. We have a K-8 school. I've been there for over 10 years.
Oh, really?
And however many kids rotate through there in that amount of time. That's my sample size. That's a huge number. And I'm just asking you, are you talking about just like a few kids? Maybe like 100? Or are you talking about like more than that? Because I have more than 100. And I'm not saying that my experience is, you see what happens every time an important conversation
has
comes up?
dreams to be a DJ and an MC.
Clearly.
He has dreams to be an MC and
But Chicago, I'm not Chicago. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we have to be careful with adopting certain things. I'm just trying to share. Chicago, I'm just trying to share my experience with you. Chicago, I'm sharing my experience with you. So your experience might have been one thing. And mine is different, and I'm just trying to
what are we talking about right now? I don't know what
I'm trying to take away that stereotype that all black kids want to be rappers and
hey, Rilla, pull up on Monday, Rilla.
Just not true.
Hey, Rilla, pull up on Monday.
That's a bet.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
you heard what they said.
We got to put up. We got to put together something for Monday, man. Because
that's a bet. That's a bet.
Look, JR, please let me and Kayla freestyle for Monday, please, because we got to talk. Yeah,
okay, I'm gonna bring the beat then.
Remember, I told you I wanted to talk about supply chains. I wanted to talk about the supply chain.
Me too.
Because this is a serious thing.
Literally, JR, didn't I text you about the supply chain? Literally, this is something I want.
The shortages that we're gonna have this Christmas season is going to be bad.
And just in general. Yep. And look at gas prices.
You're gonna need more than that little bottle.
Kayla, we're gonna talk about it. Chicago, we're gonna talk more off screen because I think that
Chicago, how many bottles you got? What in the world?
3. All of them signed. None of them getting open.
Well, you better, like I said, you better stock up before Christmas to make sure.
Kayla said, "Be sure to get your."
You can actually.
I just want to thank the people, man, for tuning in tonight to Lapeef Talk, man. We had a little small after hours, man. You guys stayed around for a little minute, man. 3 hours and 32 minutes.
What shirt is that?
I didn't lie to y'all. That's y'all.
Yes, you did. You told us it was 1.5 hours, and here we are.
Hey, man. I mean, the people was loving it. You know, she got the off-white joint. You know, the off-white got the hose in it, so she got the little off-white joint.
Jay, I'm about to call you.
Oh no, my phone is off. I got my shit on Do Not Disturb.
Facebook Messenger. I'm gonna find you. I don't know.
Wait a second. Does that mean you're not gonna accept my calls?
Kayla, you know I'm gonna accept your calls.
Okay, just checking.
Tomorrow. But,
wow.
I'm gonna eat some more of this food real quick, man. I've been doing vegan for so I don't know how long. So
wait, you have vegan Thanksgiving tonight?
No, not tonight. I'm just saying, majority of my life I've been spending. Well, not majority of my life, but majority of my past couple months been vegan.
Good, JR.
So,
That's good, JR. That's a great
yeah.
thing. We should
But
talk
today,
about that as well.
but today I had a
Yes.
seafood bro. So
Kayla, we just about to. We don't
No,
even
only
need to-
because I'm good friends with I Am Surviving Vegan, and she had a vegan Thanksgiving this last weekend, and it was so good, all vegan. Like there's macaroni and cheese and everything, and it was all vegan.
man, that song got niggas been a spot of the beer right there. Vegan macaroni and cheese.
Vegan macaroni and cheese, vegan fried chicken, vegan dressing, and vegan collard greens. No meat, no nothing.
Chicago,
what Orisha calls dead rotting flesh.
We didn't get no invite, Kayla.
JR,
Hey,
I was
you know what I was thinking? Hey, I want to run this past you
I
guys,
was a
and
guest.
I'm
I
mad
was a
cute.
guest.
Hey, I'm thinking we need to do like a little dinner somewhere. Oh, I got a photo shoot I want to do for us.
Coming to Miami.
I think we need to do a
Eagle
photo shoot.
Maui, wow.
You hear me, Kay and
Welcome
Rilla?
to Miami. Bienvenido.
I think we need to get dressed up. We need to do a photo shoot, and that same day we need to do the dinner.
And we're gonna wear matching
You're in Miami.
I don't know. I mean, I won't mind doing Miami. That might be a vibe right
matching
there.
outfits.
Kay and Rilla, can y'all get away to Miami? Hold on. How's the weather in Miami in like January, February? How's the weather?
It's still nice. It gets a little bit chilly at night. Like at night, it can get even as cold as like 65 degrees.
As cold as 65.
I was sitting there thinking, I think I do want to plan a dinner.
That's cold.
I do want to
Because
plan.
you're by the water, so there's wind. So 60 feels like 50.
Chicago and JR, please laugh.
So I definitely want to do a photo. I definitely want to do a photo shoot.
No, I know what you mean.
I want us all to get dressed up.
Don't let me show y'all out.
Hey man.
Oh, Kayla can be the designer because she's like into that. Kayla can do like the whole design.
I'm getting something from Dapper Dan.
Yeah, the whole photo shoot.
Yeah,
you can
y'all
do
know
the
I have an event planning company. I do.
I'm gonna wear some red
And JR can do like the outfit picking out because JR is
So I got to show
stylish.
up though. That's gonna be the hardest part of y'all showing up.
Well, JetBlue has some of the best.
Yeah, okay.
JetBlue has some of the best specials.
I said, yeah, okay.
I got a credit on JetBlue. Damn,
I'm telling you, JetBlue, you can get around.
I just thought about that shit. I really do.
Pretty much anywhere for
I hope it ain't
$100.
expired yet. I'm about to look that shit up tomorrow. Hey Kay, I know you're gonna call me tomorrow, so make sure you remind me.
I'm calling you tonight.
No, not tonight. Tonight on the
Oh,
good
I'm
night.
calling you tonight.
No, I'm not going.
Yes, I am.
My shit already.
JR, what about we want to FaceTime or something like a I don't know.
-60.
Well, I have my
Oh,
assistant.
Kayla, we should do like a weekly FaceTime with JR just to
to just get on his nerves.
You guys get on my nerves right now. So what? I mean,
No, but I meant like in a way
out of
that I could when I'm off camera.
outside of the public eye.
Y'all are amazing, man. I give thanks for y'all, man. Dead up.
I give thanks for you too, Rilla.
Yeah,
even the vein in your head. I give thanks to that.
hey, I'm keep trying to tell y'all. All jokes aside, I'm looking to do a photo shoot and a dinner, January and February for the tour. That's something I'm looking for. Yeah, January or February. I'm looking to do a tour. I mean,
photo shoot and dinner.
Yeah. Yep.
Got to
I
that
think Miami's good because Anton be here anyway. And then
Lapeef budget.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Oh yeah,
you know what? Anton got so much money. Why don't Anton just pay for it?
I told
I ain't gotta
Anton.
pay for it.
Look, let's not get started on
He's
that.
the man. He's
because
the
he's
top
not here.
dog. Top dog.
Like I'll pay for the photo shoot and dinner.
What about the flights?
The flights ain't gonna be that much. I promise you can get around.
So
for
it's a
$100.
business thing. He should comp us.
Yeah, I got y'all. I got y'all on the flights too.
All that
I got
money.
y'all on the flights too. I got y'all. I'm looking at the
When's the
flights.
last time you went on a business trip and they didn't pay for your flight?
Will there
Look
be
at
per diem?
Kay pressing for Versace
Exactly.
roll.
Will there be
Pressing for
per
flight.
diem as well?
Thank you,
You said
Chicago.
what?
Will there be per diem?
What?
He's gonna be like, y'all get $2 per day.
Look, no.
I don't know about
You
that.
get whatever you can get.
The allowance when the show gets bigger and we get into the space, you'll see. But the allowance that you
get
give
per
your
day.
talent on the days that they are out of
I gotta talk to my
entertainment,
sister.
travel.
It's like too much
I
going
need
on.
a makeup per
It's too
diem.
much.
I need a makeup per diem. I need a hair per diem.
Talk to my sister. It's
Shout
getting
out to
too.
Mr. Coleman.
Yeah, it's just too much right now.
Oh, I haven't talked to him in a while. I'm about to text him tonight.
Oh my gosh, don't take
Yeah,
Coleman.
I'm out here sweating right between this little hole right here. It's getting serious right
It does
here.
look quite
Texting him
shiny.
tonight.
It does look quite shiny.
How can you see that?
I'm just looking close.
Look, she got close. Kayla, I was rewatching our show and it was hilarious how you got close to the mic. Like every time you want to say something, you're like,
Oh, what you trying to say?
My setup, I have to get a better setup. I don't know. But the way that I sit, the mic doesn't. No, not you, JR. She was talking about on Monday.
On Monday.
Oh, no.
On Monday, the way that I had the mic, every time I would speak, I would like come up and speak on the mic like that.
I loved it.
Yo.
Kayla, we're
okay. Well, you know what? I can definitely set the dinner up. I know a lot of photographers, so I can set that up as well.
Okay, well then.
What is the theme?
Just let me
JR.
know how much the photography shit is.
It depends on how elaborate you want it to be. How elaborate do you want it to be? You want it to be in studio or at a destination or location?
Shit, I was thinking about shit.
In studio?
No, I was thinking about skydiving or something for real.
For a photo shoot?
Yeah.
My hair gonna be flying. If you're like, what?
Huh?
What is my hair gonna be doing? What? How does this?
I was thinking about parachuting. I mean, not high. You know, someone like a tall ass building or something. We hop down and shit, like some little action figures or something.
You'll do it, Kay. You'll do it, Kay.
You know, we be in these little suits and we
oh, you
shit
want like the
this
Avengers
or
some X-Men? Yes.
Yeah.
See,
look, I got a lot of ideas.
Is there going to be limited liability insurance?
Chicago really be Cyclops.
I'm just asking.
Chicago really be Cyclops.
Already know I'm Professor X.
What my
Should Kay be Storm?
I'm Professor X and Anton is Magneto.
No, you're Magneto.
I'm Professor X. Remember, I'm the one that controls everyone's mind that comes onto the show because they don't clearly have minds of their. Like, come on, y'all be insulting these people. Yeah.
That is an insult.
Exactly.
I think that anything that I am is based on you because y'all know it's not. And everyone that like I talk to on Clubhouse every day, they already know. They already know how Kayla is when she come in the room. Like,
could it just be that there's more than one person?
I was just trying to see if y'all had imagination. Clearly, y'all do.
Thought process.
I was trying to see if y'all had imagination.
JR. I just wanted to make sure for these extravagant, imaginary things we're thinking about that we make sure we have.
I'm definitely seeing a different side of you guys right now.
I just want to make sure we have limited liability.
I'm about to make.
I don't know how I feel.
I'm about to do a whole like compilation of pictures.
Oh no, you know what?
Me and Anton be Magneto.
That's okay. That's okay.
So who's gonna take care of the insurance? Anton?
No, Q.
Oh, you're right. Actually, you're right.
Good night.
Good night, y'all.
Kind of look like Kayla a little bit, don't it? If Kayla had a daughter. Hey, Kayla, that's you?
No.
That ain't you, Kayla?
That's my sister.
Shit, I thought that was
your
you.
sister.
And Kayla, don't be stealing my Bookie Boo Boo either.
Oh, I'm stealing that shit. Okay, Bookie Boo Boo.
Y'all are hilarious.
I give thanks for y'all, man. Happy Give Thanks Day, man. I hope y'all celebrating responsibly.
JR, you look.
I'm assuming y'all. I guess y'all trying to make this a 1:00 show.
No, we're not. We're not.
That's what y'all doing.
But JR,
the goal was to get off early, and we still on.
But
It's
JR,
been approaching 4 hours.
all I'm saying, you got to be ready.
You want to be here with me. You do.
Huh?
JR,
you want to be here with me. You do.
I'm just,
clearly, Kayla.
This is what I'm used to, though. I'm used to being on, so it feels odd getting off so early, man. Especially
JR, you better be ready for K Unleashed next week because I was silent for like 3 hours.
I cannot wait for the live show because I really want to see some. I really want to see some of the stuff being said to my face.
They're not gonna do it, Kayla.
Hey, when we doing a smoke show, dog?
We ain't doing no smoke show.
We need to.
Nah, we got a lot of other work to
do. There's a smoke show.
You should do a show where every time somebody cuts somebody else off, they gotta take a shot.
No, I got some plans for some shows for us. I got some shows.
Make it a drinking game, yeah.
Every time you cut somebody off, you gotta take a shot.
Hey.
And people are like, "Ooh, that's just you and Kayla." No,
something else I got in mind for us. Hey,
what?
I'm gonna book us a like a little resort to go to or something like that for a weekend.
Look at Kayla.
It's gonna be like a little resort. Yeah.
Come on, Curtis Jackson.
Yeah. And we're gonna film everything.
Let's go, Curtis Jackson.
That's gonna be dangerous.
That could be that. It's gonna be fun.
Shout out to the budget.
Nothing. I was thinking that's gonna be dangerous for Anton.
Yeah, like I'm gonna have a film crew, and
Anton gonna get jumped. What's wrong?
No, I'm just joking.
I already said that once I see Anton in real life again, because
That's what she said. That's when she said that.
It's gonna be time to fight.
No, she said that earlier, so that's what I was thinking. Whenever we do that, it's gonna be dangerous for Anton.
You ain't gonna
Me and Kayla will have on our Powerpuff Girl uniforms. And I'm just
first of all, stop that ass smacking, okay?
Ass smacking.
Kayla, you are hilarious. Kayla,
what is that?
That's fire.
Kayla, can we please connect on
Sunday?
Kayla, let's connect Sunday for Monday because it's gonna be fun.
I don't know what's happening with these sound effects, but
I don't either. At least it's not that other one.
Kayla says, "Stop with the ass smacking."
Ain't nobody got time for that.
At least it's not that other one that I hate. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Someone wrote in the comments, Anton kicks titties.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
That's terrible.
So you gotta watch out for your titties, Kay.
Oh my God.
All right, man. Y'all hilarious.
That's what they said in the comments. I didn't say that.
Y'all hilarious.
Yeah, the comments be funny.
That's
JB. That's Jonathan Barenville.
I didn't say that.
He said something like lick your lips again, Kay, and then I like randomly licked my lips again, and then somebody was like, I know she didn't just do that for Jonathan Barenville. Like, people just make up anything.
It's okay.
It's really weird.
They are. Why don't you just take us to Tulum?
That's bullshit.
Now you don't, Kayla.
Now you're reaching.
Nice.
You didn't got your passport.
Ooh.
I was talking to Rilla.
Oh, okay.
Rilla got your passport.
I'm on child support.
What's that mean?
Shit.
Wait, are you eating?
Wait, so you can't get a passport on your child support?
I'm just messing with y'all.
Chicago, are you eating a full meal?
I did.
I was just thinking that.
Okay, look.
Literally.
All I'm saying is you better have like 5 minutes for me after this because I have to talk.
We can talk tomorrow, man. It's tonight not a good night.
What time? 7 a.m.
No. It's too early. I mean, 5 o'clock would be fine. 7 o'clock.
PM?
Well, AM.
5 a.m.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
In the morning.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to slap
Right?
from 5 to 5:10.
Like Medea said.
They are.
In the morning?
JR, I don't want to see you. I'm just sleeping in the FaceTime. I want to see you awake and ready for this conversation.
I'm gonna be reading at 4:35.
Oh, you're gonna read.
Yeah, I'm gonna be reading at 4:35.
The books that I sent you?
Reading what?
Here you go.
Where I go?
I said JR.
I'm doing some tarot. I'm doing some tarot reading at
Kayla, you a fool.
You said tarot?
Yeah, tarot reading before the sunrise.
Tarot card?
I like to have fun, y'all. I like to laugh.
Wait, Kayla. Tell your peoples in Atlanta. Dang, did they vote already? They needed to get out and vote.
For who?
Who?
I'm still a Georgia resident, technically. So who I need to vote for?
Nah, ATL though, because you know they Buckhead trying to be its own city. So you know they trying to split.
First of all, everybody named Mama move out of Buckhead because the crime there has gone up 1,500%. You can get robbed being at a light, and someone will come and tell you to get out your car.
That's why they're trying to create their own city. Remember Brookhaven did the
same. I got rid of all my deodorant.
Oh, good.
No,
I'm gonna need you to fix that. That doesn't work. If we're gonna
No,
be
he like
these in-person controls, I need you
all
to
natural.
Antiperspirant.
Good.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Good.
I'm not gonna allow that.
No, I just do the aluminum.
Shower, you'll be fine.
So I just move at a slower pace now. It's not.
No, you need regular antiperspirant. Stop that.
No, you need to be.
No, if you move slower, you won't sweat, right?
Correct. Okay, that's the caveat. You have to be eating correct to do that.
Ooh,
yeah, because whatever you eat comes out of your pores.
Liquid chlorophyll.
Yeah, like corn.
Will literally
But
deodorize
Chicago,
your body.
Chicago,
What's
I
that?
genuinely think that.
Oh shit, what's that?
I genuinely think that it will take hell and high water for Buckhead to become its own city.
No,
Because you think Atlanta's gonna let them taxes go? Please.
Yeah. Listen,
this is a
Keisha Lance Bottoms is not running. What's
She
her
not?
name? No.
Yeah, make them big.
I live in Florida. I don't even know.
Hey, when we go on tour, I'm wearing sandals.
With socks.
Reed,
I don't want to see your
yeah.
toes the first time you meet.
You won't. He
Oh,
loves wearing
Kayla.
socks.
Oh, y'all been asking for them.
Oh man, y'all want to see
Kayla,
JR?
you won't. He loves wearing
Yeah.
socks with his house shoes,
I
sandals.
want to see his feet. Which
Hey,
one of y'all is watching?
Have some
watching
swim
JR?
trucks on with some socks.
What, Rilla?
Who's
He's
watching
wearing
JR
socks.
feet?
No, the only reason we mentioned JR's feet before is
Is that
because
cider or beer?
Cider.
somebody said I've been watching you guys for months, have never known your ages.
In the top on your mug. Oh man.
I just turned
I'm
turned
21.
31. I put that out there already on camera.
21.
I said 31. What are you talking about?
I'm
21. Now,
21.
that's push. Oh, you talking about Kayla? Okay.
Yeah, I'm 21.
I'm celebrating the anniversary of my 21st birthday.
If somebody's been watching for months and they don't know our ages, well, at least mine and Kayla's. Kayla has been very clear. So have I. They should know.
I literally
JR and Chicago have been very elusive as it relates to their ages.
No, nobody's elusive.
No, Chicago, you'd be like, I'm a man of a certain age.
Yeah.
What is that? What is that age? What is that? 40 plus?
I'm a man of
And JR be like,
When
well, whatever.
Okay, when men say that, they're 40 plus.
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
I know.
I just asked somebody. Oh, I ain't gonna say that.
Ooh, Sherelle, it tastes like just earthiness.
Ooh, Tyler says JR's 39 and
I'll take that, Tyler. I'll take that. Thank you.
Oh, it must be higher than that.
I don't look that damn old, do I?
You don't look old. It's okay to be just your age.
Well,
though.
old means you didn't die. It means you didn't
I was
die.
30, you said I was 39. I'm like, shit.
There's people walking past, like, what is this lady doing in here?
Uh-oh, Jonathan said you have drive-by shootings taking place in front of mansions in Buckhead. I told y'all, Buckhead is bad.
Buckhead is not.
Literally,
Chicago.
Literally, all the people that I know that used to live in Buckhead moved away.
Chicago, do you think Lincoln Park is bad?
No.
Lincoln Park. Where's that?
Me either.
No.
So maybe I'm trying to see if this is
Lincoln Park. So, gosh, no. Buckhead is actually the Magnificent Mile of Atlanta. Okay.
So it's not like the Lincoln Park.
No, it's literally no.
I gotta ask Kay a question.
Ooh.
Oh, because Magnificent Mile be getting smashed and grabbed and everything. We saw what happened.
Yeah.
Ooh. You see, JR Cheryl said your feet must be ugly. Anyway, let's move on.
Hey, shout out to Cheryl.
No, I got some Flintstone feet.
It's okay.
How does Cheryl know? You show Cheryl your feet?
Sherelle.
Oh, Sherelle. My bad, Sherelle girl.
Cheryl,
I never showed
Cheryl, we need that.
Yeah,
We need a nephew from you and Jonathan.
JR, what
I got some wide feet, man.
JR, preguntas?
Questions.
I got some wide feet, man. Them for European shoes, them motherfuckers be tight as hell.
Cheryl, cut that out.
My foot still sore. But wait, them damn boots. I'm like, these motherfuckers narrow as hell.
Y'all funny. What's your question, JR, though? I'm interested now.
No, I had a question for Kay. This is totally off topic though, but why does Kay Cameron periodically show the avatar? Like it'll do it for a split second. Is that something you doing or is he doing it on his own?
No, I do it. Like if I have to cough or something, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, that's a short ass cough.
How long does it take you to cough?
I'm just saying, like your face be together when it come back on. No, that should be quick as hell. I'm thinking
that was the
glitching or something.
quickness. I know how
That's
to.
what I do when I go off camera, or I'm eating. Usually, I'm eating.
A little cough, maybe like eat something real quick, or say what's up to somebody walking by. I mean, it's just like little things that take a really short amount of time.
Y'all really don't want to take.
I just can't wait for the tour.
Yep, I'm ready for all of these things to go down in person.
You know, every time you say the
tour, gonna be different.
Every
in the same room.
Oh yeah, you already know, Kayla.
Oh, I'm already.
You already know.
Ready. Okay.
Every time I think of the tour, I think of like back when I was younger, watching like Flavor of Love when they all come together.
And we're going, we're going camping too. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna get us a cabin.
We gotta film that. Yo, if
we're filming everything. Everything's getting filmed.
We gotta film that.
Yeah, we're gonna be in a cabin for the weekend. It's gonna be us. So y'all gonna have to get y'all permission slips for your significant others, so you guys can get away.
Can it just be like in July?
No, we're gonna go on some shit. Some real shit, man.
The end of June.
Permission slips.
I mean, to who it may apply to. I don't know who.
I gotta get one.
Slips.
Yeah.
What about the end of
probably have to get
or July?
I think we need to pull it. We're gonna at least pull it dinner off in photo shoot in January, February.
Yeah, photo shoot.
Yeah, and dinner.
And Sherelle says, "When are y'all getting married? Are y'all going to live stream it? Am I invited?"
The whole what?
I think he's talking to Rilla because he's the one closest to getting married, right? He's been with his girl what 5 years? Yeah, been with her for 5 years.
Dang.
Goddamn, how much work she got to put in to get the ring?
Oh, look at Kayla. Oh no, Kayla. Oh no.
What?
This ain't gonna love you, boy.
What?
Your woman's in the bed like.
Nah.
Oh yeah, 5 years. That's long. If we was 18, okay, but as like grown person, 5 years. Where the ring at, boo?
But here's the difference. And this is what I think people don't understand. But most men that I talk to of an age that's been around the block, that's been around the block, there's no rush.
What age, Chicago? I hate when you say of a certain age.
Wait, so you're waiting on a particular age to get married?
No, it's just no rush. It's okay.
No, I don't think you should rush either. What's the point? Why? What's the rush? And then somebody be complaining if you rush, and then it doesn't work.
Crazy. Think about this, Kayla.
5 years?
Wait, Kayla. Think about this. And maybe you don't know. How do you know any couples that have been together long term or been in long term relationships and then eventually got married and they say things like, you know, we've been married 3 years, but together 17 years.
Well, not 17, but I have a lot of friends that are just now getting married that have been together since Howard. So they literally been together 8-9 years and they just got married like last year or whatever. But again, they met when we were 18 in college. You know what I'm saying? So
a lot of mercy.
Now we're 30. They're just now getting married. It's been 10 years. I mean,
I get it.
When you're young, you're still trying to figure it out. I bet a bunch of them probably didn't get like serious until like after graduation, you know?
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that, but it's, you know, yeah. No,
I just feel like if you don't hire me as your party planner, then that means we got beef.
Yo, I cannot with you.
I'm just saying, because
I ain't hire no journalist as my party planner, fam.
Well, throughout college, I was an actual wedding planner. That was I worked on campus.
She's ready for the
I worked on campus, and my on-campus boss had a wedding planning company that's what she did outside of working at the school. And she said, Kayla, you want to make some money? Come work for me on the weekends. Then I started working more and more. I became a part-time employee, and then I just and then my mom's been in real estate, so I've always loved like staging homes and always had experience doing that. So I've always loved design.
No,
and then
I was just teasing you.
So you are going to hire me. It sounds great. Great. Awesome. I'm glad.
No, I was.
I'm moving on.
Hey, JR. You know what I'm thinking about doing the reception, JR? Honestly?
What?
The Promontory Point.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Is that in Chicago?
Yeah, of course. It's right there in Hyde Park.
I have to come to Chicago for the wedding?
Yeah. It's in Hyde Park off the lakefront. If you look at
don't let me be part of the party. It's going down.
Yeah. I'll tell y'all off camera, man, what it's gonna look like. It's going down soon, but the reception is was where the investment will be.
Just invite us all. Go to City Hall, do whatever you need to do for the wedding.
Well, the reception
is lit.
The reception is gonna be dumb.
Is there gonna be an open bar?
Yeah, if you're gonna open the bar.
So it's
make
gonna
it
be a cash bar.
Wait.
It's
look,
BYOB.
Wait, no. Look at how bougie. Look at how bougie Kayla got. Just real quick.
What?
So listen, I'm in Chicago, the most gangsterest of gangster cities. And when you do anything like on city park or park and recreations or anything like that, you can't bring in your own vendor. You have to select from their list of vendors, and it's whatever price they're choosing. Yeah, so their prices are their prices. Okay, so.
Oh my goodness! Please don't.
Man, pillow talking.
They are.
Well, you see that shoulder roll.
At the end of the day, don't matter what y'all say. Niggas been pillow talking to me since pillow talking started.
No, JR was trying to show y'all that shoulder roll. Y'all see that shoulder roll?
What shoulder roll?
Y'all see.
Who shoulder roll? Let me see.
Look at that. Look at the top left. Look at that top left. When it coming to focus. That boy about to haul his face on y'all.
Chicago, I cannot with you.
Hey, man.
You are such an uncle. Are you somebody's uncle?
Oh, definitely.
I can tell. You're like, oh, look at it.
Hey, let me tell you something. I'm the coolest. I am the coolest. Let me tell you something.
I can tell.
I am the coolest.
Do you wear the Jesus sandals when you barbecue?
No, stop.
Let me wait, hold on. Let me tell you something.
You know what sandals I'm talking about.
Yeah. The Jesus sandals.
Do you wear them?
From all my no, absolutely not. No, I probably wear some shell toes or some Stan Smith. But from everywhere that I worked that was perceived as cool, whatever, when my family comes, I'm still pulling stuff out of my closet to bless them with that still got tags on.
Mm-hmm.
They come and they shop like it's Foot Locker and there's still tags on it.
Mm-hmm.
I am the coolest uncle ever. Trust.
Trust.
I do that too.
My uncle, like, I definitely agree that you're probably a very cool uncle.
Yeah, I won't let my nephews drink with me. They don't like that. They ain't got
I definitely drink with my uncles. Whatever.
Listen, I was in my 30s before I started drinking with my uncle. So y'all ain't got enough stripes on me.
I've been drinking with everybody for about 5 years now.
Oh, since you was 25?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with women?
What?
With the women in your family is what I'm asking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My mom was like, "You gonna pour some glasses of wine?" I sure am.
Oh, that's because y'all do this. Y'all,
Chicago, come volunteer in my class.
We like a nice little glass of wine. What's wrong with a nice glass of wine?
Okay, please.
That's why I said we need to talk offline.
Yeah,
about
please, pretty please. Yo, chat. What did chat at? Hold on.
What?
JR doing what he do. He's supposed to be done hours ago.
We can make it a weekly thing,
I'm working.
JR wants to be here with us.
Wait. Hold on. Yo, Kay, did you hear this? Or JR, has Chicago ever been the murder capital city? Are you kidding me?
Isn't it?
Are you kidding?
Currently the murder capital. No.
It's not.
Yo, listen. Wait.
What's the murder capital?
Wait. I said this on Uncle Stu show. When Colors came out in the 80s, the murder rate shot up. When Boys in the Hood came out, everybody cried. The murder rate still shot up. When Menace to Society came over, done for.
It went down.
In Chicago, absolutely 1000%. It was that proliferation of gang movies and gang culture.
It looks like St. Louis is the highest.
Currently. Historically, her question was, has Chicago ever been the murder capital?
I think she did say that.
Oh, has it ever been?
I just said not currently.
And I'm just saying, maybe I should take a nap. Yeah, you need to take a nap, Sherelle.
She said St. Louis has been the highest for years. I don't know. I just feel like I don't like to live in places where there's a lot of violence.
You're asking what year? Oh, it was Gary.
It goes according to what I just quickly Googled.
Because in certain communities, things are over policed. So I prefer to live in communities where I don't really see that many police officers.
Oh, and it's St. Louis by far. So St. Louis, then New Orleans, Detroit, Memphis, Cleveland, Kansas City.
So Chirac, not as bad as the media makes it.
Cincinnati,
I've never seen
Chicago.
Yeah, don't nobody say Chirac. Nobody says Chirac other than academics.
I didn't even see it. But I do know that there has been a historical context behind Chicago being like dangerous and blah, 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 whatever.
Oh, really?
It's gang affiliation.
I'm just saying what I've heard because I've honestly never even been there. I've only been to Wheeling because I had a friend that's from
Wheeling,
Chicago, but he's not from Chicago. He's from Wheeling,
Illinois.
And I've been to Wheeling, but I've never even been to downtown Chicago.
But let me tell you something. Atlanta is, listen, this is the myth that they sell us.
I'm about to go.
Same thing happening in Chicago is the same thing happening in Atlanta. Is the same thing happening in Miami. Is the same thing happening in New Orleans.
No, we're going to 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
No, I ain't going to 1 o'clock.
No,
What?
we have to go. Well, I do.
I'm
Y'all
definitely going.
Yeah,
it's been great.
But
you mean 1 o'clock my time?
I was just about to get some apple pie, y'all.
I think he meant 1 o'clock my time because I know he ain't
I see where this is going, and I just have to go. But I fully support all of you.
You already know what that means.
I'll talk to y'all later.
Maybe her man needs her.
JR, if you know, we're gonna talk later.
I thought you was calling me tonight.
You just said I can't call you
Nah.
till 5 a.m.
Yeah, that's right. 5 a.m.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, 5 a.m. I'm gonna be reading at 4:35.
Baltimore has always been.
Hey, we appreciate you guys for tuning in to a lot of people. Let's talk. It's been a real great show on Thanksgiving. If this is not the greatest show ever, I don't know what is. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Memberships are open. Click that join button. Make sure you guys join. I appreciate you guys, man. Y'all did a wonderful job tonight, as usual. I believe we provided a lot of value tonight for the audience. Y'all enjoy. Hey, Kay and Kayla are coming on Monday, man. It's gonna be interesting. You never know who's gonna pop up on the scene.
And JR, don't worry about what we talking about.
Hey, no days off. No days off, man. No days off.
Yes, please.
I definitely think we're gonna pop up, man, on this
It's
conversation.
gonna be the Kayla, and Rilla show.
There you go. There you got it.
No.
All right, y'all enjoy your holidays.
Bye, y'all.